What should I call the stream? This the stream is a train wreck. We won. It rethink is, yeah, it's sort of a comfort game. It's sort of a focus on the conversation. Hmm. All right, we're already going, so I need to. All right, let's do this. That's what we're gonna call it. See if it shows up. Oh wait, let me make sure. Yeah, we're recording. All right. Happy peaceful times. All right. You guys won on the voice chat? I would have to actually set that up a little differently. Like, so there you go. Do you want a voice chat in that case? I'll gift you a sub if you want it. If you want to come on. Interesting. How do you make green? That's really the main one. Ah, here we go. Okay. Oh, well, all right. I guess that takes care of that. I appreciate it. I assume that means you went on as well. Let me think about this puzzle. All right, then I'll shift. Do you want a sub, Kaizen? Waiting for the Prime to come back. which is tomorrow. Well, we can get you in here anyway, actually. I'll just give you the VIP role. That'll work. That's how we can do it. This is ugly the way I'm doing this. Set it on the stairs. Okay. That's not the way to do it, but like is the principle. Congratulations, you made an infinite loop. Yeah, because you can't have the inverter point back at the thing. Okay. I like the way the message has changed. Well, in consolation for me, which there was a Droptober for me as well, but Bitcoiners, we call it Uptober because it tends to be one of the best months out of the year for the Bitcoin price. But speaking of which, Bitcoin's up today. Again, it's over 77K. Didn't I tell you guys? I said it starts ramping up 1 month before a presidential election. And then it really goes. And you didn't listen to me. You didn't take me seriously. Why did the music stop? Oh, there it goes. Oh, that is dumb. Okay, maybe that'll work. I was gonna say, like, since I don't have jump, I can't get out of there. I was talking about how I can't jump in the game, and that didn't matter, but actually it would have mattered. Doesn't feel intended. But it does work. right? Because I can just do this. Right, so you got the three primary colors, RGB, the inverters, these pieces, they'll flip the RNG colors around. So like this is like if blue is incoming, then it turns it off and turns the other two on. So red and green, red plus green is yellow. Oh, but you flipped both of them. Yeah. So that's not going to work anyway. Because I still need a blue. Oh, there's 3 greens back here. I didn't even notice that. Okay, I'm going to reset this. That feels very intended. There you go, 9 and 9, we did it. Now I'm lost. What the hell is this? I did this last time. I remember this. That says 5. Yeah, I'm lost. It's playing the same. Track twice. It's one of the worst tracks, too. Not this one, previous one. Where the music goes. It's obnoxious. Cut it out. All right. Well, let's do this. You try to set this up on the fly here. Do you still hear me? Yeah, you do. Okay, you should still be hearing me. And you should be hearing the game. Okay. Well, chat's open now. If you want in, Kaizen, I can easily arrange that. You don't have to sub. I can give you a temp pass, I don't mind. If you want in, I'm in the voice chat right now. Do you want in? No one else is here. Oh, Matthew just entered. I don't know. No, we're talking. They want to talk about politics. Okay.
8.
Here's 8. There's 9. So I figure that if I continue down the trail, then it let me out that way. Obviously it's a big topic and it's emotional for a lot of people, but you know, I mean, some people are so mentally weak about it that they can't like stand any idea that challenges their own. So even if you're just around, you don't run off, that's still like, that definitely puts you ahead of some people, just that right there, right? Hi, Matthew. Sounds like you don't need your military coup after all. At least not at this point. Who knows? Where'd you go? Well, see, I scared him off. See, that's what happens. Where's the next puzzle?
What do you mean?
Oh, there you are. This is not good. This is embarrassing. I can't even find the next puzzle. This is an old trail of puzzles. Oh!
I'm kind of retarded.
I have 2 in my inventory. You can see on the bottom left, I already have both pieces. I thought I needed I thought I still needed another one, but that's what happens when I take a break and wait a week to play. Okay. Never mind. I was just here ready to go, and then I tricked myself into thinking I wasn't ready. But I was. Okay. I am in the flow now. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this bridge is not here. So, Kaizen, you wanted voice chat? Or you commented or anything? I hope it didn't disappear. I assumed that. I mean, I'm playing puzzles, but I'm... Oh, there you are. So, you want in voice chat? Okay. If you want in voice chat, then I'll pull the string and you can get in here. But I'm not going to do it unless... Okay. Yes. Okay. Where is he? All right, that should do it.
I have 2 words for you, Shady.
What was that?
Graphene.
You cut out, Moss. I don't know. You're...
Never mind then. Just yeah. That was the most memorable quote for me from the election.
What was? I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I've got 2 words for you, Seamus. Graphene, hydrogen.
Oh. That is not memorable to me.
I
in any
agree.
capacity whatsoever.
Right, it's because this was Ian on Timcast, and while everyone's celebrating the Trump win, he just casually says that to Seamus from Freedom Shoots. It stuck out to me just because it's the most random thing to say at that moment. It's me like Matthew, you know how he sort of goes on about stuff that interests him? While everyone else is there celebrating the Trump win, Ian's there banging on about graphene.
These are weird. These colors are confusing, but it's good.
Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Kaizen.
Oh, okay. Hey, how are you?
I'm
We're
doing
all
fine.
wonderful.
It's Moss is really happy. Hold on, let me see. I'm
That's
gonna
good.
turn you up a little bit. Maybe you might want to turn yourself up a bit. Maybe get closer to the mic. Oh, a mirror.
Am I sounding pretty far away? Let me
Just a little quiet.
Actually, my input volume is max. Maybe because I'm using the extended mic.
It also sounds like you're just trying to not wake someone up that's like sleeping right next to you.
Oh, yeah, I am speaking a little bit quieter.
Yeah. If you
Oops.
need to, if
live
you need
with
to
other
keep your
people,
voice
Kaizen?
down. If you need to keep
what
your
is it?
voice down, I'll turn you up.
Do you
Oh
live
yeah,
with other people, Kaizen?
what is it, Moss? Sorry.
Do you live with other people, Kaizen?
Oh no, I live in a apartment, but sometimes
yeah,
I
yeah,
worry.
yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I worry if I'm being too loud.
Ah, for apartment neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
fair
tried
enough.
to be a little bit quiet, just in case.
Yeah, it's
All right. Sorry, go on, Shady.
just to comment on that. The building can make all the difference. I mean, you can rent a concrete apartment and then there's like no sound that gets out, or
Yeah, it's expensive though.
Yeah.
I live in city. I mean, oh wait, did I told you? I live
somewhere in
near
the Dallas area, right?
Yeah, but it used to be cheaper here. It used to be like 700 for one bedroom. But
And I remember
now-
those
now-
days.
Yeah,
Now it's
now
over
it's
double
like,
that, right?
Right, it's like if you want to
700
find a
per
decent
what?
one. Oh no, for decent like new built apartment, but they're mostly built with wood. So I had a hard time adjusting here because from the outside it looked like a brand new apartment, and I was coming from the different regions of America, which was very more expensive. But I thought it was like, oh, 700, oh, brand new like apartment, everything's gonna be perfect. And then I moved in, and the everything was made of like a wood, and it was like a hotel room. Yeah, I found out the hard way. So
I see.
I used to hear my neighbor just like talking, and there was no privacy whatsoever. Yeah.
That makes sense.
then-
Okay.
And then yeah, it was sad at some part because that was the time around where have you guys hear something about the Gray? Something Gray movie came out, and
LA
One time-
nutcase. Sorry, go on, Kaiser.
no worries. Hey, that case.
Hello.
Hey. But
This
anyway,
is
I heard I woke up one night like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I heard a whip, and I was like, "What the heck is that? Like, what is that sound?" And then later I understood it was because of that dang movie. Never mind. Maybe I shouldn't share that.
Yeah. Well. Oh. Send green back? That's
But
interesting.
it's really loud, and I mean it's already game over. Like you hear people talking, and you could hear it. It's pretty thin. So but they don't build the buildings like they used to in the old days. Like nowadays, everything is like modern and efficient. So they just build it like with the wood as much as possible, unless
Oh, they
you
just
try to go to a
make it-
high rise.
Oh wait, you're are you
Bowser.
Bowser?
Yes.
Yeah.
How's it?
Okay. All right, Kaizen, I know you had concerns about the incoming administration, so you wanna talk about those? We'll discuss that if you like.
11. Solved it. Okay.
What?
See, I'm having a good day.
Well,
It's better than
I
Shivers.
mean, well, I mean, I don't have a concern, but I do have a certain concern because of what I heard, and I mean, but today was crazy though. I saw the news, and he was like publishing about some change rights on the freedom of the speech. Did you guys hear about that? I was kind of.
I've not been
It
paying
was like what
attention.
Elaborate.
it was So it was what we were talking about on the chat like a couple stream ago, with me and who was it? I forgot. About the about the freedom of the speech a little bit.
Um,
Do you remember this, Shady?
I don't know. Freedom of speech is my politics, basically.
I forgot it was
But-
Matthew or someone was saying that that public school should not be censored or something like that, or the government should not control like what they are supposed to teach or say in schools. I think it was something.
Well, the
like
problem with that argument is that if schools are government schools, no, freedom of speech doesn't apply to the government; it applies to the citizenry, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean the context of the conversation
Oh,
was,
what
I
does this
think it was
mean?
about the school, like I don't know who it was, I forgot. I don't know if I think Matthew was there too, but I'm not too sure. It was like some other users I haven't seen before or something like that. But they were talking about whether the school should be censored or not, or the government should control what schools should teach or not. And I think I have
What the hell is this mechanic?
what? Yeah,
I
that
gotta
sounds
figure out
very
that.
weird.
No, I broke the cube on purpose. Just,
Oh, okay.
but
I don't know how it's determined what schools teach.
no. If we're talking about freedom of speech, no, we got to talk about no, it's about well, it all comes back to the Patriot Act and what kind of absolute ridiculous bullshit that is and why we're still fucking around talking about that. If we're not talking about the Patriot Act, then we're not serious.
Well, it is related to that, but he wants to extend it. The new commander-in-chief.
Well, that'd be a problem. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I think based on what I've seen so far, it was about him saying that it was also about public school or some government organization supporting some of the like, I don't know if I'm mixing it, but based on what I heard, like he was supporting like homeschool people rather than people who are like in schools that are pushing certain agendas, and he want to restrict some of the government funding to those government schools or funded schools that pushes those agendas. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
I don't quite see what that has to do with the Patriot Act. Can you see, Shady?
No.
Well,
Yeah.
so I think he was saying that certain organization or certain like social medias, they have been censoring certain conversation or topic if it hits the certain categories. I think that's why. But problem was, it was actually factual or truth, but they were just putting it in the label of conspiracy or fake news, and they just censor it or something like that was happening. And
Well, there are many things like that have been happening.
right, sometimes it's a very hard to say, but sometimes this is very complicated because that means we would have a chaotic situation where one person is saying this, one person is saying that, and some sort of a public distrust, chaos might happen. Meaning, oh, we cannot trust mass media because they all lie, and we're gonna stick our nose to private news media, people like you and us, representing the news or our own self-journal. But the problem is we can be also corrupted. So, meaning like, if we get some sort of financial backing or sponsorship, perspective.
Oh yeah. Human corruptibility is universal, which is, that's the whole argument for decentralization, is to minimize the damage. It's
right.
I mean, like it's like the homeschool argument. You can't just act like homeschooling is bad because you can imagine some, crazy hicks out in the Midwest somewhere, teaching a bunch of bullshit that isn't true. Therefore, nobody should have. I mean, because on average, homeschoolers are better educated than people in public school. But I mean, that's a low bar because right now, I mean, the state of things are shit, right? So
right.
Yeah.
Right. I actually saw a couple videos where a couple patriots were teaching their kids about the importance of the not commandment. What do you call that? American amendment. That's right, amendment.
The Constitution?
I don't know why. No, the amendment. Like, like I played
the Bill of Rights?
I played the Bill. Right. Most people in America, they don't know their rights. I mean, some of them do, but like for me, I grew up in the American public school system, but although we were taught, we didn't know how precious that right is. Like we didn't teach like that. We didn't taught like that. We were just like, explained it once and we forget about it. But those who are taught in like a more private homeschool environment, more I guess concentric American like patriot environment, they were like extremely carefully taught why it was very important and how the government can be corrupted to take away the rights of people. Compared to public school, you just like, hey kids, this is this and this is why it happened, this is all the rights and amendment, and you never get to hear them again, or you just forget about it. Unless something important happened to you, you start questioning why the government is government, why people, or what happened to the revolution, what happened to the the movie Less Miserable, why people fought back the government, like what is going on, why there's stuff like this happening repeatedly in history. You start questioning.
And the thing is, a lot about that education stuff, I think in a lot of ways we're still figuring it out. I mean, that's the toughest thing to tell the kids, is that the adults don't actually have it all figured out. Like, we know a lot more than they do, but I'm not sure. How much we have it all figured out.
And then I just letting you know, I don't know everything. Like, I have limited understanding, but so far I was kind of shocked about him trying to fix and you know what? Maybe I should just post the link so we can all listen to it. I don't know. I want to hear you guys' opinion rather than me just summarizing it briefly, because I didn't really memorize what he was talking about. But I was kind of shocked because it was two major things, and a lot of people might have a conflicted feeling because it can promote people like Alex Jones, who could be promoting a truth of some things that are hidden, but at the same time it can be very misinforming if they somehow.
Right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You cannot escape the problem, which is, I think that a lot of our sort of systemic thinking about government, we always see society as like a puzzle. If we have the right education system, if we have the right healthcare system, if we have these systems governing the people, then society, when it's managed well, has a good outcome. And so if the outcome is not good, then it's because it's managed poorly. I don't think that there's a replacement for just, you have to have a like there's no replacement for a healthy, educated is not even the right word, but like a smart, critically thinking citizenry. If people can have the ability to think for themselves, it matters much less what sort of information or false information is out there. If people are generally better at discernment, then that stuff matters less. And if people are worse at discernment, then it matters more. So it's you're not gonna be able to solve this problem, I guess, through that. Right. Through like some sort of like, we figured out how to make sure that all the kids don't hear any misinformation. That's just never gonna be how it is. Like, there's no way around. Just on some local level, you have to have a critically thinking population, and there's not gonna be a universal system that'll accomplish that.
I mean, it's a tough one, and sometimes it can be like paradoxical, because sometimes the following the herd, following the sheep, isn't always right. Isn't always.
Oh, of course.
And sometimes it was the obvious choice, and you were the wrong. It's paradoxical because sometimes it can be reversed.
Sometimes the herd is right. Is that what you're saying?
Right. But I did see the video
where am I going? Okay.
But I did see a video where I forgot it was a goat or a sheep. They used to follow the herd or the leader sheep or the leader goat. I forgot it was a goat or a sheep. But the goat or the leader goat or the sheep was heading toward the cliff, and it was kind of foggy, and maybe they were not seeing it very well. But because the leadership went off that cliff, like all of them were just following. So there was a news article about massive sheep. I keep saying sheep, but massive sheep died under the cliff because they all followed the leadership and they just like fell off the cliff, which was kind of ironic and at the same time scary. Like, oh wow, like that's kind of scary. Like
sheep became lemmings.
Don't be a sheep became like a real story. It was actually news.
Don't become a sheep that became a lemming.
No, but it was like a no joke. Like there was like thousands or like hundreds of sheep just piled up, like, you know, at the end of the cliff because they were like all like fallen down and died, which is kind of scary. But
okay, we need.
But then again, sometimes what other people agree and generally conceptualize as a right or wrong sometimes are valid compared to one evil person or one person who could have a wrong opinion about something because of what they went through or how they conceptualize right and wrong. So sometimes it's paradoxical is what I'm trying to say. But the problem is most people don't have a lot of time time or money or energy to spend time to discern whether this is a good information or not. They usually go for one or two.
Oh, that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem here, for example. Just, you know, people just take everything that's said about Trump at face value and talk about how great Biden and Kamala is, and I just think, look, you realize that Biden and Kamala do not share your values, and your values are much more closely aligned with Trump. It's just that you don't think about these things. Like, you're really staunch Christians, clearly very against abortion and a lot of other things relating to sexuality. You have strong views on those sorts of things, and yet you're talking about how great Kamala is, and she has certain views on abortion, which I know you disagree with, but you're not being told about the stuff. You're just being told that she's competent and Donald Trump is evil.
So wait a minute. I actually was not aware of this. I was not aware of this faction. There's like a large there was a large Christians for Harris movement. I actually didn't.
It wasn't a movement. It's just, you know, individual Christians thinking that Donald Trump is evil and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are wonderful, just because of how they're generally portrayed by the media. And you know, like, there's one guy I knew who was like very critical of the vaccine neurologist or whatever, and you know, staunch Christian. He was talking about how you know, the people who voted for Trump have like farmers with very thick skulls, and how Joe Biden is having these issues because he's having to clean up the damage after Trump. And I'm just thinking, Joe Biden is not your guy, and why are you acting like he is your guy?
Do you buy into the theory? Do you buy into the theory that Biden voted for Trump?
It's I don't know, but it would be hilarious if he did.
That was the Jim Gaffigan joke at the Al Smith dinner.
Wait, but I don't think he can though, right? Like legally, or he could.
No.
Of course you can.
You're allowed to vote for yourself in elections. That's fine.
You can vote against yourself.
What?
I'm sure. Kennedy did, in fact.
I wonder if Joe Biden wrote himself in.
Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Kennedy is he registered in New York or California? I know that there was a there's like a dispute with that or something when because there are all kinds of lawsuits against him. First, well, I mean, there's the main one trying to keep him off the ballot, then on the ballot. I don't know, but
if I remember correctly, his
It was
was
weird.
it his brother or who's going to be the working with the new administration?
No, it's him.
Yeah, RFK Jr. is working with Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You were talking about the same person. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I thought you were
So
talking
yeah.
about the...
So Robert Kennedy initially ran for president. He got in the ballot on all the states, and then he withdrew when he teamed up with Trump. But some states wanted to keep him on the ballot because they thought that would drain some Trump votes.
And so yeah, they were suing him to keep him on the ballot.
Yeah. After they first sued him, the same people that tried to they tried to actually they first tried to sue him to keep him off the ballot, and then when he joined Trump, they tried to keep him on the ballot. It wasn't based on any legal principle. They really were just trying to get him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
In some
actually
cases, it
kinda
was
worried
too late
about-
to remove people from the ballot. So there were a couple of states there, but
I was kind of worried about him.
But I was saying, like, there's California versus New York, and I forget where he is. I don't know what actually happened, but there's a chance that he actually voted in a state where he was still on the ballot and did not want to vote for himself. That's all I was saying. That's the whole reason I brought Kennedy up, which is just like really funny that sort of scenario would actually come up in real life. That you would not vote for that you would run and then not vote for yourself.
Yeah, because I remember him talking like clearly, and then later I saw a couple other interviews where he was having a difficulty speech during the conversation, and I thought something happened to him because somebody didn't want him to run for it, or I thought it was like something bad happening like back in the days. There's a lot of rumors about that, like I don't know if you guys know. I'm not too into like those kind of things, but still, it's just like, wow, I can't believe it.
Does that work?
But anyway, you wanted to copy paste the link, like you guys want to hear it directly. I think I remember seeing it in the news.
I'm still confused what all this discussion about homeschooling and preventing platforms from censoring has to do with the Patriot Act.
No, so a lot of times when people bring up freedom of speech, they start saying like, oh, schools should be able to, as if freedom of speech applies to the government. That's not correct. Freedom of speech is against the government. Government's a bunch of bullshit. So instead, it's about the people being able to speak freely. Yes.
But Kaizen was saying that it's somehow related to the Patriot Act, and I don't see the connection.
I don't know if it was a Patriot Act, but I think it was more of like a censorship. It was more of a censorship, but it was related because he mentioned it. He mentioned it in the context, saying that the freedom of the speech, our value of the Bill of Right to freedom of the speech is very important, and he was saying that we're being heavily censored, and a lot of the Democrats or the other side are like saying, oh, we cannot just non-censorship is going to be a problem and it's going to cause more chaos, or there was a two-side happening, like conflict already happening soon as he. I mean, I just saw it, and I'm not too sure what was the source or which.
I didn't realize that was yellow. God. Sheesh. Sorry. We got other people in the chat. Bowser nutcase. I don't know. If you guys have thoughts about anything, like, you don't even have to acknowledge anything that was just said. But like, if anything's on your mind about...
Well, no, I was just saying that just coming in here, looks like they finally officially called all the states now. I think there's a couple states still counting, and yeah.
Well, there was that Senate race in Arizona, which Arizona's the new joke. Well, it is. It's the new Florida. Florida used to have broken elections, and now Arizona has broken elections. Have they called the Senate race?
Yeah, Senate's for the Republicans. House is still counting.
No, I'm talking about in Arizona specifically.
You're talking like what's her name?
Yeah,
Lake somebody.
Very Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
I found the video. I posted it in the chat. If you want to have a reaction about it. Although I kind of feel. I don't know. I don't want to have a conflict within the channel.
66% counted. I don't know why it's taking California so long to count. I mean, obviously, you know, it's Democrat, but it's been how many days? That's been like 5 days since the election. There's still only 66% along counting. I still remember there was a joke on election night that it's like Florida got bored, so they counted all their votes again. Just as a jab at Arizona.
Yeah, it's... So, I didn't look closely, but I know there's a strong overlap. I'd be curious. I guess not curious enough for me to actually do the work, but I'm kind of curious the correlation. There's obviously a strong correlation between who... Let's just talk, you know, in simple terms of presidential. Who won each state and who has voter ID laws. There's a very strong correlation there. So there's three possibilities. You either you require photo ID, you require an ID, but it doesn't have to have a photo, or you don't require ID. I guess there's a fourth one where it's actually literally illegal for them to see it. But yeah, there's obviously a strong correlation to who won each state based on that.
I think it's interesting. I'm looking at New Jersey, Virginia, and New Hampshire because they obviously went to the Democrats, but the vote is actually very, very close. So like New Hampshire is 50.9% Harris and 48.2% Trump, but there's only about 20. No, hang on. There's only maybe 25,000 votes between them because New Hampshire's so small. Let's see, Virginia is... Yeah,
a point is not a point.
50...
Like, points are very... You talk about a percentage point. They're very different.
So Virginia...
They're very different from state to state.
Harris, 46.6% Trump, but Trump is only about 224,000 votes behind at last count, and they've almost counted all their votes. New Jersey is 51.7%.
There's only 5 points. Actually, I'll tell you kind of a weird story. I met with my real estate agent who's helping me find a new place to move. And I guess, I mean, her accent, she just sounds like she's from up there. But she said, I'm not political at all. But she just said flat out, I was surprised New Jersey didn't go for Trump. Which I was kind of like, what? That place has been like deep blue for many cycles. But I thought that was interesting.
It's only 200,000. It's only about 200,000 votes gap. So
I like breaking things.
It could flip. California's 66% counted, and Kamala's about almost 2.5 million ahead. But we'll see what happens there. Texas is far closer than it really should be. It's only 56.3% Trump and 42.4% Harris. It's only like 1.5 million votes difference. Texas is actually pretty close.
They were saying that. Well, I don't know. Texas is still redder than Florida, which everyone's acting like, well, Florida is obviously Republican now.
Well, and
Yeah,
that's where.
No,
If I
the
remember
percentage points
correctly.
aren't that different to Florida.
What's up, nutcase?
Well, no, I was just saying, if I remember correctly, wasn't there like a shift? People moved from California to Texas or something like that.
Yeah, but it's hard to measure because a lot of the people moving around states, they are often actually the opposite party from the majority in that state, which is why they're moving in the first place. That's why that stuff is hard to measure.
Yeah.
Right? It's because if you look at a map
about Texas.
so if you look at any map of any state, right? Everybody knows this. All the urban people are blue, all the rural people are red, right? And that's just everywhere, right? You look at New York State, deep blue state, but it's all just New York City, right? So
I think that's even the case outside of America, Shady. That seems
Yes.
to be the case here.
yes, that's
Yeah.
it's the case everywhere. And that's why I think actual philosophical, the political theory outside of contemporary politics is much more interesting to me because you can actually start explaining some of that. But yeah, a lot of that is going to be those people in the opposite area moving out from the state, right? So it'd be like people from rural New York State who move out of New York, right? Or at least a lot of the migration is that. Maybe not all of it, but that's what makes it hard to measure. So when you see the migration patterns, you can't just automatically assume that they're bringing their politics with them, because a lot of them do bring their politics, but it's because they disagree with the overarching party in charge. And I don't know if that's going to continue. I know that that's happened both directions. My liberal family members have moved out of Texas. They've gone to Portland and places over the past several years.
I heard the Portland is getting bad. Is it true in the city area?
That's what I hear too.
Yeah.
Sounds like it should be a beautiful place.
Was it Portland or I just heard that I saw a couple news where the city homeless and drug situation is getting worse there because either the law or something was loose over there, and they were just migrating through the city, and the small business was hurting.
I saw that happen in San Francisco, so it could
Yeah,
very well be happening in Portland.
Right, I think over there was also having that issue. Yeah, I think so. You're right. And I heard from one friend who went there, and I was asking him how was it, and he was like, poop everywhere. And I was like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean poop everywhere? And then
I've heard of the
I heard
poop
that he-
app. Yeah, sounds bad.
I heard he was walking, and there was just shit on the middle of a people walking floor. What do you call that? A boardwalk? And then he
Sidewalk?
and then he also claimed that one of the person was just taking a dump right there on the sidewalk.
I'm glad I didn't see that when I was in San Francisco, but there were homeless people everywhere, and a lot of them were clearly on something or had their minds damaged by something. It was not a comfortable experience.
It's sad. To be
That's a
honest with you.
shame.
It's very sad.
And it's complicated too because they don't want. It's like there's a loop where they don't want to be confined in the helping, those places, because it's there's a complicated loop where once the person gets into that level or situation, they might end up getting stuck there forever. It's a bad loop. and some of them makes it out of it, some of them don't. And I heard things about there's a lot of people. Do you guys know about Las Vegas? And there's a big sewage tunnel under there, like a water sewage tunnel.
I've
wouldn't be
been there, but I
surprised.
didn't see the sewerage tunnel.
Yeah, that's usually not what I think of when I think of Vegas.
Yeah, so Las
I
Vegas
think
has a.
sensory.
I've been
rape.
there way too many times for that to not be my scene, and it isn't my scene, but I just always end up back there. And I'm gonna be
Yeah,
back
so
there
it's-
again next year because that's where the Bitcoin conference is gonna be. What the hell?
Right.
I really,
So-
really hate Las Vegas.
So Las Vegas.
What
has
the
a-
hell?
this
Bitcoin's at 78, by the way. This is
big.
stupid. It's going up too fast, and I'm actually angry, and I'll tell you why when you're ready for me to.
Oh, okay. Well, you could go for it since you were mentioning it. What happened?
So, well,
gonna
I
pop?
mentioned this on the Discord. So, I bet money on the election correctly. I'm not gonna say how much I won, but I
Nice.
cashed out some Bitcoin, and
Oh, no.
I won the bet, but I want to buy that same amount of Bitcoin back, but it keeps going up in price. Now, my winnings are high enough to where I'm still, if I buy the Bitcoin back, it still matters that I made money off the bet. It would have to hit like 170,000, which, you know, I don't think it's going to do by next week. But I don't know. They're holding my funds for a week for like security reasons or whatever. Just standard practice.
Oh.
So like, hopefully, so that's gonna be like Monday or Tuesday before I can get my money out of there and buy my Bitcoin back. So Bitcoin needs to chill out, come back down, come on back to 72, and I want to buy my Bitcoin back, and then it can take off again.
Did you build sorry, did you calculate, sorry, did you bet on the, like, you know, those site where you bet on the who's gonna win the
That's what I did
presidency?
on Kalshi, yeah.
Oh crap. So you actually like calculated the odd and you feel like it was good bad? Have you done it
Yeah.
before?
I have not done it before, but it was obvious that people were not reading the situation correctly.
Dang it.
So
I thought
basically,
about it.
Shady can take us all out to lunch now.
I don't mind it being, yeah, like a one-time, like, yeah, don't just act like forever, like you could dip into that well forever, but yeah, like, I'll fund a party. That's fair.
Wait,
That reminds
wait a
me.
minute. Wait. Wasn't there didn't you mention, like, when you said party, I remember you said something about the party like a couple months
That was
ago.
if a Bitcoin reserve got created. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh. I
Oh
see.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's another. I guess
That didn't
I could fund two parties if it hits 300K. Yeah, I remember
Oh
saying
my
that.
gosh. Oh no.
It yeah, you talking about everyone just dipping into your winning sheet. It reminded me because the indigenous population here, you know, they're traditionally very tribal and very socialist. I might have told the story before where basically everything you own is owned by the tribe, and apparently there was this indigenous artist who'd made a lot of money,
Stuck on this puzzle.
and apparently, I don't know if this is true or whether this is a slight exaggeration of what happened, but apparently he'd walk down the street and members of his tribe would just reach into his pocket and take money.
What?
Oh.
That's not how it works here. Native Americans here are the most based of all demographics. Like 2/3 of them voted for Trump.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they had the highest differential of any demographic in that direction.
Really? I had no idea. I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah,
Maybe-
I hadn't heard about the Native American thing. The only thing I heard about was, what was it, the Amish in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, they have a specific case because they're like There's like some. They're actually in like a legal battle.
Wait, what kind of legal battle? I missed about the news. What is it about?
Oh, the Amish? I mean, they're obviously going to be.
Wait, Nutcase, what was the news about? It was about
That's just
voting.
you, Super Gamer.
Well, no, just I heard something about.
I don't.
There's
I
a-
know that Amish are going to obviously be there. They're the most conservative of everyone. They make conservatives look like far left communists. Like yeah, they're obviously.
No, just
Making Slim Jim
So-
and I.
But
Look
so
back.
I don't know if it was actually at the federal level. So if they're coming out to vote, they're voting for Trump. But I think that they were. I don't know if their actual legal issue was at the federal level. It may have been a state level thing. But either way, I don't know. Something to do with, you know, they're like being prosecuted for selling raw milk or something. You know, right? It's like, well, of course
Oh,
you know, of course
That
they.
one. Yikes.
Wasn't there
sell
an
raw milk.
Amish community in Canada that got fined because they weren't downloading the COVID Safe app or something?
Probably.
It was something like that, which it's like they're Amish. Of course they don't have mobile phones. I'd imagine
Wait,
there would be Amish people in Canada.
Downloading what?
An app onto their phone.
What app was it? Why would?
You know, like COVID Safe app for tracking.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It was. I think this was Canada though, and I think they were
Oh.
Amish or Amish adjacent, something like that.
I think other Asian country was doing that too, if I remember correctly, during the hot time, like during the pig rice time. I think they were doing that to like monitor people, if I remember correctly.
Well, if Super Gamer's right on the case, that would be a federal thing, because that's what the F stands for, right?
Federal Drug Association, yeah. Hopefully RFK can sort them out.
Administration.
But yeah, I posted the video. I don't know if you want to see it.
I'm not gonna pull it up on stream. I feel like just chatting, and
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the copyright rules are on the video anyway. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously, you know, wherever you posted it, people should, you know, people can watch it, pull up a tab for it, and
I didn't
watch it on
realize
their own
that-
time. Hey, Frankie, we're talking politics. Hassan Piker lost badly. I bet you're happy.
I hope that guy who posted the OnlyFans link doesn't come back. That pissed me off.
What happened?
Is that on one of the Gabriel Knight 2 streams, someone came and posted an OnlyFans link? I can't remember who that was though.
Is that real?
Yeah,
guys-
I remember
Yeah.
that. It was
Wow.
awkward.
What? It was Frankie.
Who was Frankie?
All right. I'm watching you then, Frankie.
Wow, you guys zapped that so fast I didn't even notice it. I have good mods.
I actually apologized to you afterwards because I didn't delete it straight away because I was just looking and thinking, wait, what the hell?
Bitcoin just
looking
hit
at the link, I didn't click
79.
on it,
What in
obviously.
the hell? Oh no, I'm never gonna get my Bitcoin back.
You
It went
did
up a
comment
It
on
went,
it.
it went up $1,000 in the 5 minutes we just talked. Stop.
Wait, was the reason why you didn't delete it was you were actually checking it out, man? Come on.
No, I
You-
wasn't
you-
checking it out. I was
Yeah.
looking at the message and thinking, wait, what the hell?
that-
Why is this guy posting this? And I'm thinking,
you-
oh wait,
you
I'm a
were
mod.
checking
I'm
it out.
supposed to deal with this.
You were
No,
looking
no,
at it
no,
like,
no,
oh,
no.
finally.
So here's the thing about Kalshi. So it won the lawsuit. The reason why it's fine is that prediction markets are not gambling because it's not based on a probabilistic event. It's not like just like an RNG thing.
What you mean, like poker?
Right.
and slots.
Yep.
Wow, but it's crazy though. It's at the peak now. Like around 2021-ish was, I thought that was kind of peak, but
Yeah, that was at 69,000. Yeah, these are new all-time highs. It's never been this high.
holy crap, that's a lot.
I know I would have bet on the election, but yeah, I don't feel comfortable gambling.
It's not gambling though. It didn't feel like a gamble.
I mean, it could be. Like, have you seen that the scene from the movie?
What if we
No,
guys
sorry.
made this argument before the election, Shady?
I decided on it.
Now.
I decided the night before. I saw that it. Yeah, I looked at the odds like, oh, but I know it's gonna happen.
Wait, did my intel kind of weigh into your decision making? I hope
No.
not. Oh, okay.
So, I mean, there are a bunch of indicators, but the main one to pay attention to, if you want to cut through all the noise, it's the Gallup poll. And it basically had like a Trump at a +2 or 3 in the popular vote. That's the one that's always been historically the most accurate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a guy?
There's a whole
wasn't
bunch
there-
of other nonsense out there that just like they just oversample certain demographics and whatnot.
But wasn't there like a professor that always predicted the president, right? Based on his like statistical
Yeah,
like, data
Lichtman, wasn't
analysis.
it?
And then he was saying that Harris will be the winner for
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, so that was a terrible thing. I think the one you're talking about is the guy that has like 10 or 12 different criteria, but his
I know,
analysis was
but-
all wrong. Like, because so much of it is subjective, and you could easily make the argument that if you look at the questions, like you could actually debate 8 of these points to be the opposite of what he said they were. In which case, yeah, your model's right. You just answered it all wrong, right? So, I mean, but the problem is it's subjective. I mean, you really should just throw it
apparently
out.
He only got it once wrong.
I mean, like one of the questions,
Now,
one of the questions on that on that Lichtman, whatever it's called, was something like an uncontested primary. And he's like, oh yeah, it's an uncontested primary. Okay. Yeah, it was shady as shit in a bad way. It was
Shady.
yes, but in a bad way.
So
It was-
basically shady with a mustache, type of thing,
Yes. Yeah, so
You know.
Nutcase, that's the thing. Nutcase, I remember you talked about it, like, this is weird. What is going on here? Harris didn't get a single vote in a primary. Actually, that's not true. That's misinformation. That's not true. If you look up the Wikipedia page, Harris got 23 votes in the primary.
Is that more than she did last time?
No. No, wait, I mean, yeah, no, it's not more. No, she got like 1%. But the point is, the primary was, there was no official contest only because they shut everyone up. They disregarded all of the primary votes for Biden. So how do you actually answer that question on a poll? That's why his method is just, yeah, ignore that. Like I said, go with the Gallup poll instead.
I was actually concerned about the person who got the prophecy right about the Trump bullet hitting the Trump's ear, but he was saying that now on the recent information, I think he was saying that in the next year, 2025, in April, that we would have he would be already in the office and he would wear like a blue color suit or something, or maybe a blue white shirt or blue color suit.
Dude,
that
someone
he-
just needs to show this to him and just troll you with it. Like, oh, look, it's the prophecy, when they just read what he said. Like,
No, I'm just saying on April 2025, which is the future, that there would be another airborne virus leaked out from the Europe. He's saying that he saw it in the dream, and some of the people are concerned because he was right about, him getting elected again and being in the office in the January 2025. So there's some probability that has gone up, but
Why does
I'm
this
just
work this time? I guess
concerned
that's
that-
just
to
what
do
happened.
with Trump wearing a blue suit.
Yeah, I thought you said like if you predict in April 2025 that Trump's going to wear a blue suit, Trump can game that. He can just right read your
course.
read your predictions. You're like, oh, look at me.
Of course. I mean,
It's the
yeah.
prophecy.
But I mean, he got the small detail wrong. Some people pointed out that his eardrum never blew out, or never ruptured. But some saying that source of the truth in the published in the news are incorrect because they didn't publish where they got the source from. It was only one or two in news media saying that his eardrum wasn't ruptured, so we don't know the fact. And then another scary part is that a couple days later or a couple weeks later, they had a close-up, like a ear shot of the president, the former at the time, and he looked perfectly fine and as if never happened. And some people were really confused about what happened and how it can be healed so quick, or like it's not even a chunk missing from the ear. So we are all baffled by it, the evidence that was given. But still, I don't know, maybe a lot of crazy medical procedure. If you're a very important person, they could go through a lot of things, or they put some kind of a stem cell reparation. You never know. But I'm just saying, he was saying that in April 2025 there will be another outbreak that might be starting from Europe, and he was in the White House trying to tell everyone, like a public speech, saying that there's another outbreak and we will be going into lockdown again. And he was.
I don't think Trump will be saying we'll be going into lockdown again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. Anybody can claim anything. I do think that there's, that big things are happening. I need to get to Frankie's question, which I guess that's also a big deal. But I guess what I wanted to say about this is, I said even before the election, I think that we're living more in historical times than we are in just like ordinary political times. There's actually a lot of big important things going on, but at the same time, you don't want to get like caught up in a bunch of nonsense either. When a neighborhood stream, I can't promise you an exact time. So the reason why we're doing this, Frankie, is we're talking politics. So I'm just kind of playing the puzzle game in the background as like just a pleasant environment. Because we just want to we just want to have a chat about things. I just finished Shivers 2. Basically, I got a decent ending, but then like a bug got me to delete my saves, so I'm not continuing that. I have Rim 2 open. I have Case of Golden Idol to do.
And you're going back to Contradictions before too long?
I talked about that. So Contradictions was the game that I played. It was the first game I played in this house. So I was thinking about having it to be the first game after I move. So yeah, if you don't mind being patient, Frankie, just, while I am in the middle of things, feel free to keep reminding me. I will get to it eventually. It's been in demand before.
It's like Star Control 2. We keep demanding that the Hope Shady will play one day.
I do have more inspiration to play Neverhood than Star Control 2. I feel like That's the game you play when you've played all the other games, right? If there are no more games left to play, then I'll play Star Control 2. But I don't know if that day will ever come.
Aw. It's alright. Tom and I are going to keep pestering you till you play it. And once you've finished it, you'll realize that you should have played it sooner.
You understand. You understand my fear with it. It's not that I think it's bad. It's that I'm afraid it'll be good. Because I won't want to stop. That's what I'm saying. It's just like this vacuum. That's why I'm saying if there were no other games to play, I'm saying I don't want to get sucked into it.
You could get it done in 4 streams or so. It has a defined endpoint. It's not like a strategy game where you can play it where you play it over and over again. It does have an endpoint and a good ending, and then you move on.
Okay. Well, that's encouraging. So that's less of a project than Outer Wilds. Because that was like 12 streams or something crazy.
I guess Slim is kind of busy working. He hasn't been on a while.
You mean no bacon, Sawyer, or?
No.
No, I'm talking to Sawyer.
Slim. Oh, sorry. Unlimited bacon. I don't know what that means.
Did Vermin Supreme run? Is he still alive? He's kind of an older guy, right?
Eh?
Remember Vermin Supreme?
Never heard of him.
He would always run on 2 things. Everyone gets a free pony, and we will pass mandatory brushing your teeth laws. He'd wear a boot on his head.
I'd vote for him.
You have heard of him?
No.
Oh, you have not heard of him?
Yeah, I can't say I ever heard of him, to be honest.
Sounds pretty awesome, though.
What do you mean I'm throwing away my vote?
You mean I threw away my vote when I wrote down Shady for president, me vice president? So
I'm just saying, if a serious candidate said I was gonna get a free pony, I would vote for them.
There you go.
Maybe Harris should have said that.
I think his point though is, I think a lot of people kind of view politics as a wishing tree, which in that context, it's obvious that a politician promising ponies doesn't make more ponies. But like people do kind of think that way when it comes to handouts and stuff, as if something grows on trees. So I think it was kind of a satire, but also a serious point at the same time. This way. That makes sense, because you want to keep the blue out.
looks like Bitcoin's going up again.
I know. What's it at now?
How bad? How much?
How bad is it? It's okay, I can handle the news.
Watch it goes like 1,000 points.
Oh shit, I needed red to continue to be
What was it at before, Shady? I forget.
78? Or did, maybe it hit 79? I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I said 79.
Well, it's a little over 79 now.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people are having a blast.
I mean, I still have most of my Bitcoin. I just wanted the Bitcoin that I put on the election. I want to get that Bitcoin back.
Michael
You know
Moore
what?
still hasn't posted anything since the election. Kind of amusing that he was like posting on election day and stuff, but he hasn't posted anything since the votes
Who?
were counted.
Who?
Michael Moore. He seems to have been fully expecting
He's
that
crying into a
Trump was going to be
gallon
defeated.
ice cream.
You know what we should invest in is a digital land.
Digital land?
Yeah, I heard that's like a new thing. Buying digital land.
Oh, is it
You just,
like
like-
the meta thing? Like the meta virtual land or something? Is it? Yeah. Is that what it was?
I thought it was like Atlas Earth or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. Some ad I saw. You know how ads are. It's some BS.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
There's Pinky. Are you there?
Yeah. I am here.
I think you said a couple of weeks ago you have sort of a different perspective on politics to what most of us do. So what are your thoughts on?
No. We are not the same. None of us are the same.
No. This is what Pinky
Yeah,
said. I'm just quoting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I just didn't want to be called a hive mind.
I don't like. I don't really. I don't think I have a very coherent ideology, but it's probably closest to socialism.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't followed the election that much. I don't really know what their policies are. I'm not an American citizen, so it's not super relevant to like any decision I would make anyway. But when I first heard I heard one speech from Kamala and I was super excited because some of the things she said was like, oh my god, I've never heard a serious politician ever say something like this. I don't remember exactly what it was, but but closer to the actual election day, I found out that a lot of people on the left were really mad at Kamala because she doesn't really support LGBT rights, and that sucks.
Oh, here's
But
that
yeah,
sliding stuff. See, it's on a track where it like turns on and off. That's a problem. I don't know this mechanic.
So what
Yeah, go
are
ahead.
your views, Jazz Pinky, on things like, you know,
Just
for
block it.
example, affirmative action
No.
and equity?
affirmative action. Let's see. Intended to alleviate underrepresentation. Oh, you mean like diversity hiring?
Yeah.
Maybe we can do it like that.
I mean, I don't think that people, that someone should be hired just because they're a diversity, and just
Okay.
because they're a minority. I think that's not great, but
I feel like I could use this track. I'm like, oh, I want this. Maybe I could put this in a video.
I do think research has pretty much demonstrated that a lot of employers will just pick white people over black people. But I don't know. I don't feel confident enough in my knowledge to.
Yeah, so here's the thing with that. So well, let's not use that one as an example. The tricky thing about these issues here is you'll often get unintended consequences with them. I know this is a thing with people with disabilities, right? So like on the surface of it, you're like, well, we should have a bunch of protections for people with disabilities, right? I mean, who could disagree with that? Obviously, if you know, if somebody needs accommodations, then they should be, that should not, I mean, in terms of the intention, if somebody has a disability, that should not prohibit them from getting a job. And so,
Absolutely.
okay, great. But what actually happens on the ground is if a business is looking to hire, they might see somebody that's qualified and disabled, but they might also see this person as a lawsuit liability. Right? If you create a bunch of protection laws that they can potentially sue you over, then if they see two equally qualified candidates, and the only difference between the two is that one of them is a potential lawsuit liability, they might be tempted to come up with any other excuse for that reason alone to not deal with it.
Yeah, it's rough.
So yeah, exactly. It's rough in that it's just, well, we wanted the better outcome, and then the direct effort to realize that good outcome actually itself created a situation that does the opposite. And nobody really meant for this to happen, but these things do happen.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know the solution, but it's important to kind of recognize that a lot of these things don't happen directly because anyone meant for them to happen.
But I don't think that's a good excuse for not giving these resources to disabled people.
Well, that's a tricky thing because, yeah, there's like an ethical argument there.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone disagrees with the ethical argument.
But people will behave in a way that's going to make them least likely to be sued.
Yeah.
It's a bit like now, you know, certain people will refuse to work with other female employees or what have you, because they're worried that they'll get falsely accused.
that
And
has
that's perfectly
happened.
understandable. Yeah. It's a pity Agoji's not here, because if you're I know from what I understood you're interested in LGBTQI plus rights.
Yeah, that's definitely a big priority
I-
for me.
Well, Agoji's definitely the person to talk to about that
Okay.
in this community. Would you say so, Shady?
I mean, any of us can talk about anything, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
okay,
Well, Agoji seems to be more in the area.
sure. Let's see.
You still here, Matthew?
Yes.
What do you think?
About what?
I don't know, just anything that's being said. Obviously,
Spice it up,
you're not
Matthew.
too worried about being sued, but other than that,
That was a pretty easy puzzle compared to the last one. All right. How many targets we got? Just the 4. That is a gnarly mess. Look at that. Okay.
who do you want to direct message you, Frankie? I'm not sure who that's in response. Who you're requesting that from. He might be gone now. I don't know.
Okay, that's hard to visualize. Wow, you got to hit 6 different lines.
But yeah, Moss, what do you think? I know it's a little bit different in United Kingdom.
He's not-
too much.
he's
It
not
is.
in the UK.
It is. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Kaiser?
No, I was saying it's quite different in United Kingdom. And
Yeah.
Moss wishes he lived in the United Kingdom.
wait, wait.
What was your
Sorry.
question, Kaiser?
Wait, I kept thinking Moss is a professor in United Kingdom. He is actually residing in America. I keep getting confused. I'm sorry.
No, he's not in America.
Oh, okay. Phew. I thought I was confused for a second.
I'm actually from South Korea.
That's funny.
I got this accent from watching loads and loads around the twist.
Wait, so Scotland or United Kingdom?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Never mind. I forget it if you don't want to answer it. Maybe it's privacy invading. Sorry.
Scotland is the United Kingdom, though.
Wait, is it? I thought it was like they give the right back to them, so it's a sort of a.
You're thinking of
separate-
Ireland?
No. That vote. Sorry. My catchphrase. They had a vote for independence and they voted no. So
Wait, what?
this was a decade ago.
Wait, I thought they got independent and then I thought they like. Oh crap! I misread something. Or I was in a different world. Oh crap!
The Mandela effect strikes again.
No, impossible. It's like a huge event. Impossible. I mean, that's like a country level. That's a little bit scary.
Although technically Scotland is a country, but so is the United Kingdom. How countries work in regards to United Kingdom is very confusing. Because the United Kingdom, which is a country, is made up of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, which are all also countries. I think.
Yeah, I think
So
they
it
call
all
them.
gets confusing.
Yeah, I could have been easily.
It's a country
got
of countries,
confused.
so it's like
Right.
it's like the U.S. except they mix up the language more deliberately.
I
It's
could
like
have
the
easily
EU
got
technically is now.
confused.
Yeah.
Or some people are going in the
Commonwealth,
background, like,
yeah.
I think not. Some people are like,
Isn't
know the truth behind it, and they're like, nope, we did some magic.
Isn't Texas a Commonwealth? Shady?
No,
I thought it was the Commonwealth of Texas.
I don't remember hearing
Or
that.
maybe that's a different state.
Maybe we say that, but I've never heard it. I hear the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Maybe that's it.
I mean, some people are like, Braveheart, it will not keep going happen. It's like, it's under British Empire.
You still haven't asked me your question yet, Kaizen.
Oh no, sorry. I was asking, what was I was gonna ask? I think I was gonna ask like, is it like, how is it in United Kingdom, and like how is it going to impact like this seems all far distance, all this political drama happening here.
I think that's probably, you should ask Tom or Lawrence, they're from the UK.
Okay. I mean, it does have some impact, I guess, because of the I don't want to say it, but the Federal Reserve and all the scary stuff.
This is a terrible puzzle. It's supposed to be a
It's
tutorial.
It's more having a president who's strong on international issues is
It's not the intention.
good for everybody who is, well, unless you're, depending on where the country's aligned, it's good or bad. So it's definitely, it's going to have an impact for everybody, the American elections.
Oh, and then I heard that did you guys know that every president or everybody who was important to in the leadership position, or I think it was the presidency in America, that they all have a bloodline, somehow a related bloodline to the royal family in United Kingdom. Did you guys hear about that?
I did not.
I mean, I didn't do a really good factual checking, but apparently
What?
they're all related to the bloodlines of the royal family in the United Kingdom.
The
Whoever
presidents?
runs the president in America, yeah. I mean, I didn't do like a thorough.
Kaizen, this is why I didn't really listen when you were talking about your other prophecy or whatever. I don't know what you're reading on the internet.
Wait, you're telling me people will go on the internet and fly?
Didn't we have the principled conversation earlier about how like everyone's gonna be a mixed bag of right and wrong no matter where you go?
mean, like Shady on Star Control too.
But
And
in
Shady
some
on
aspect,
everything.
Spiper's in.
I mean, in some
Hello,
aspect,
Spiper.
it could be also like, you know, truth in some aspect. Maybe there's like something going on that we don't really know because, you know, the founding father, the first president, was, you know what, with the stone and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe there's something about connection and everything, but I don't want to go that deep. I mean, it's just something to think about, you know. But like, there's like a global order, and maybe the people, you know, we might have not much that choice, even if we elect one person or not.
Oh, that makes sense. We have teleporters. Okay.
Isn't technology amazing?
Yeah, you can make up whatever you want in these games. Okay. The blue comes across from over there. It's part of this? Okay. So is that it? Is politics solved?
I hope so. This all feels a little bit too easy though.
It's too quiet.
Yes.
Okay. If I can bring it back to like affirmative action real quick. So Shady pointed out that these measures tend to have like unintended consequences that like go directly against the intention behind the action, right?
Right.
And I pointed out that I don't think that's necessarily a good enough reason to dismiss affirmative action.
Yeah, but then you have to take it to. How are you going to prove it? You going to take that to court? Like that's the whole point, right?
Look, my point then is that what we should do is continue having the conversation and like try to build a better version of the action. It's probably never going to be perfect, but you know, if we can mitigate the damage,
Well, that's the question. Does it mitigate it?
Yeah, if we can
like
get
even
to a
at
point
all,
where
because that's actually where the disagreement is. People say that it actually hurts.
Well, if we can just find some compromise where doing this action is just better than not doing it, which might, I don't know.
That's it. We've arrived at the disagreement because even I think that the other side actually believes that the sliding scale is only in the negative direction.
That doing affirmative action will only hurt minorities.
Yes. Because what you're doing is, well, not just creating a lawsuit liability, but you're also creating a negative reputation, right? If you have any kind of program like that, then everybody starts looking at that diversity hire and saying, oh, well, the reason why you're here is that you got preferential treatment, right? So I'll tell you, like, I've mentioned Dr. Thomas Sowell. He's like 94, still going. He came from a time where this actually worked for him in the negative direction, right? As a black man who was discriminated against, he found on an individual level, he personally got more respect from individuals working around him, because when they saw him in any sort of position, I think he was talking like working at like a construction site or something. They're like, well, you must really know what you're doing because they let you in. So that's the problem. Like, even a little bit of that thumb on the scale may actually be doing the damage, creating the discrimination, but also, like I just said, it can work in the opposite. Yeah, in both ways.
Because to me, like, telling a minority that, oh, you get this advantage because you need it, so you get preferential treatment, I think that's a pretty horrible thing to say to someone.
So,
like,
go
what if
ahead.
they literally couldn't be there without that? That's not preferential treatment, that's giving someone something they actually require. Like, if you were starving and I gave you bread, I'm not giving you preferential treatment, I'm literally saving your life. That's
Okay.
an extreme example.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm just framing the debate for you, like, is that actually anything like that? I have to wander around the puzzle back and forth so many times before I make any moves. I remember how you were on the escape simulator. You were running way ahead, so you've probably already solved this, but, you know, whatever.
I am sorry about how I acted on Escape Simulator.
I mean, you're in your own world. I was like, you got it, but I want to know what's going on, and I just kind of. I mean, it's what most people do. It's always been my experience with escape rooms. Like, I tend to go in there and thinking, okay, guys, we're a team. Let's divvy up the work, and everybody just jumps in and, you know, does their own thing. So that's what I did actually in that Talos room. I found one puzzle off to the side and just did it myself because I was like, nobody else is gonna act like a team, so I'm just gonna do my thing. But then, you know, I solved my little bit. But then I get back and you guys we're working on the main thing, and so you hadn't solved it yet. But I was like, well, I got nothing to do, but you don't care if I catch up or not.
I guess that's just like real escape room simulators.
Or just real escape rooms, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, real escape room.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just as soon as they go in there, they just go. It's an
accurate simulation. I've never been to a real escape room. They sound wild.
I need to go to one as well, yeah.
I've been to one, maybe two. Go to escape room for Shady Con, maybe. Good man. Kaizen removing that second garbage part of the link. The tracker. By the way, well, that just ruins the puzzle.
Oh, Shady!
What?
I'm just having a look. Escape rooms in Crete.
Ha!
There's quite a few actually. There's at least 4 in Heraclon. There's
So-
one in.
Look what I'm doing here. Oh no.
There's one in somewhere else. One by Malia Bay.
There we go.
Cool. I mean, we can probably just use Google Translate on our phones to translate stuff that we don't understand.
You might want to ask to add an extra like 10 minutes to our time.
Yeah. Oh, the mystery loft. This looks cool. All the signs are in English, so maybe they do it in English as well.
I need to refill my drink.
You still here, Matthew? No.
Are you still here,
Have you
Nutcase?
done this? Are you still here, Kaizen?
Yeah.
It's like Russian roulette.
A roll call.
It's
Our
like
roll
that,
call
you
hit
know,
1 out of 3.
Kaizen, oh, he fired.
Yeah, but I think it was. There's some people just mixing stuff. I'm not too sure about whether they're all related or not.
I don't know what that was about, guys. Sorry, could you please repeat that?
No, sorry. What I meant was from my previous context that that all the leadership from like the former leadership were related to the bloodline of the British leadership position, the loyal family or whatever that could be.
I think probably
like
to
a
the extent that
conspiracy.
most people are who have British ancestry.
Yeah, but I didn't know that.
That might be us as well, Shady. We're probably related to the royal bloodline as well, so.
But I was digging, and then I didn't know Lyndon B. Johnson, which was 36th president, and 43rd president Barack Obama was had a same ancestor, which is a
Who's
Fifth
the
Amendment.
43rd president?
Isn't like all of Europe related to Genghis Khan?
No, but they're-
What did he say? Barad Ganomo? Who's that?
Well, but I didn't know that those two were related by the ancestors from the same ancestor.
I know Genghis Khan really got around.
Yeah. Man conquered the entire world. Crazy.
I don't think he conquered the Americas.
Well, that wasn't part of the world yet.
The biblical view, yeah. I'm gonna flood the world. It's just the part around the Mediterranean.
Oh, I remember being down there. I remember that part of the map. Huh. Okay.
I mean,
I'm hitting
I
that
do see
target.
a lot of. I do see. I don't want to be like a conspirator or anything, but I do see a lot of
Too
family
late,
chart
Tyson.
crossing over. No, but I mean, just checking non other sources that are like talking about this kind of stuff. I didn't know that Ulysses Grant cousin or like cousin's daughter married James Roosevelt, and he had a two bloodline of the ancestor of Ulysses Grant and the Roosevelt family. So frankly, D. Roosevelt was technically related to the ancestor of Ulysses Grant, and there's a lot of like I guess, hey, you marry my cousin and you're part of the family stuff, I guess, in the loyal society or something like that.
Yeah, I gotta keep that IQ in check.
No, but I'm not talking about like, I'm not going far as the British Empire, but I'm just talking about like, history wise, like small scale. I didn't know
I was
that.
watching talking about IQ, I was watching the Dark Horse podcast with Brent Weinstein, and he was very enthusiastic about the new administration, which was good. Surprisingly, because I think he voted for Biden the previous time, but one of the things he was excited about was Robert F. Kennedy pushing for removing fluoride from American drinking water, and he went through and spoke about how loads of studies have been done that fluoride affects cognitive ability. So yeah,
That was
quite horrifying about fluoride in the drinking water. Yeah,
I remember. I mean, was there a time when Alex Jones was the only guy talking about that? You're like, come on, it's in toothpaste, it's fine.
well, no, but you spit toothpaste out.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's easy to react that way.
Yeah, and fluoride also makes drinking water taste like crap, because I don't think New Zealander drinking water has fluoride in it, and it tastes amazing. I had tap water in Christchurch, and wow, you do not need bottled water. It's good right off the tap, whereas here it's a bit shit.
Wait, was it Australia? What'd you just say?
Oh, you gave it away.
New Zealand, yeah.
Oh,
New Zealand
okay.
has really good tap water.
Wait, if that's so, wouldn't that cause like a plumbing issue? Isn't that why they did that in the first place? To what was it? What was the reason again? Why they put this in the water? To
Supposedly because it helps people's teeth,
oh,
which it does, but it's also apparently bad in other ways.
I thought it was a plumbing or water quality issue, like to kill the bacteria or whatever.
This puzzle does not make any sense to me at all.
Because like, don't they use the heavier level to like disinfect some of the water from a well or something like that, and then like they remove it or something like that? I forgot.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, they have like a military, or they have like a ex-military pouches that they sell to treat the water, and then they remove it before drinking it or something like that.
Do you know anything about this, Shady?
No.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm gonna have to plead ignorance on this.
Yeah, I was watching how to, like, if the shit hits the fan. I'm sorry for my cursing, but there's like a shit.
I said shit before you did, guys, and it's fine.
There's like a shit hit the. I can't even say it right. Shit hit the fan bag, or shit, or bug out bag, they say. So they were talking about a lot of different ways you can get a water source, and one of the ways was getting a water from the well, or like a lake. But the problem was, if you like collect the water sample and you look at it in like a bright light or under microscope, there's a lot of like a biological stuff floating around inside the water that you're gonna be like, hey, am I gonna drink that? Is that like a worm? Is that like a frog? So they were talking about like how you're supposed to treat the water and then like go through this filtering process to filter the water so it's make sure it's drinkable, safe. I mean, if you have the filter, yes, you can filter it, but in most of the emergency, they will run out of the filter, and a lot of people don't have a filter. So I was learning all this different method how to process the water, and during the ancient time, they used rock and sand to filter the rainwater. But problem is the sand also has contaminant particulates. I'm afraid so in nowadays. So different ways were introduced, and one of the ways I actually found, I'm sorry if I'm being documentary, but one of the survival teacher was teaching that have you guys seen a tree, right? Like tree branches in a tree?
No, I
I've
haven't.
never seen a tree. What's a tree?
Oh my
What's a
god.
tree?
You guys are being funny. Okay, so you just I don't know if it works in all the tree, but you just cut off the tree and safe with the sharp object, just peel off the skin of the tree, and long as the water
The bark?
side is, well, just a tree branch. So long as the tree branch side is what's the unfiltered water side is, and you just put the one of the branch in the unfiltered side of the water, and then you sort of bend the branch, or you sort of somehow like loop the branch toward the downward, and then put like a container in the bottom. Then the tree branch will filter the water out and then drip toward the end of the gravity of the bottle. So it's like a working gravity, but the concept is that tree is like I forgot actually. I'm not so sure if I'm getting the direction wrong, but I think it's like the tree will try to suck the water in so that it will like contain the water, like it will try to drink the water. But the good process is that you're using the tree to filter out the water that is from the well. It actually worked. I saw the maybe I can post the YouTube link, but I thought it was pretty smart that you can just, and he even like send it to the lab to test how good the quality of the filter was compared
Maybe
to
put that in maths and science, Tyson, so everyone can see it as opposed to just subgroup.
I might. I'll try to not to forget about it. But you can probably search it in YouTube too if you want to. Like just search how to filter water using tree branch or tree.
Everyone remember Shady's latest YouTube video where he touched a tree? Everyone remember that?
Wait,
I
he
forgot
did?
what a
I
tree
vaguely
was
do.
already.
Yeah.
Wait, he talked to the tree? I don't get it. I don't get that.
Yeah, as part of the video where
touch
he
the
touches
tree.
a tree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. But anyway, yeah, you can.
It was a nice tree, yeah.
That's
So
crazy.
if you get stuck in the wild and you don't have a lot of stuff and you don't know where you are and you are lost and you have to drink the water from the well or some contaminated water, just remember what I said and try to experiment it and get some water out of it so you can live.
Is this before or after you drink your own piss?
No, well, oh no. Well, well, didn't what was that? Was that a TV show or the movie or the book? I think I read the book where Life of Pi. You're not in the manual instruction. It says do not drink your pee, right?
I don't know. I didn't read it.
I think I read it when I was in the school back in the days, long time ago. But one of the instruction manual in the life book says that do not drink your pee unless like.
I don't need an instruction manual to know not to drink my pee. Honestly, I'm getting confused here.
highly unlikely to actually help.
Well, because it it was saying in the manual saying that it would start to look delicious and you'll be tempted to drink it, thinking that it was like an apple cider.
Oh, I see.
But
I've been watching
it-
like
Bear
Survivor
Grylls.
videos, or videos like on YouTube documenting crazy Survivor stories.
Yeah,
So
That's a lot
I'm
of
aware.
Yeah, that's the Bear Grylls. That's the Bear Grylls stereotype. The meme where it's like is he in some bad situation that the caption is drink so piss.
well, maybe there's some exception to it, but you don't want to do it too much because there's consequences depending
Yeah,
on what's
don't
coming out
drink
of
your
it.
own piss too much. Yeah.
yeah.
No, I did hear some people drink it for different purposes. For medicinal, like.
Oh, okay.
Don't believe
Oh my gosh,
everything
that
on
sounded
the internet.
wrong. That sounded wrong, but yes, there's some
I mean, they
kind of
believe it, yeah.
medicinal
Oh, it does
medicinal
work.
practice. I mean, there's a
Stupid
medicinal
puzzle.
practice that I don't know if it whether it was to improve the immunity to like. Have you heard of back in the days the King Pharaoh, the king of Egypt? They used to drink a little bit of King Cobra's poison, just a tiny bit, to make them immunity
Oh, yeah.
toward the poison. I don't know if it was the same concept or not. I didn't know that either, but they used to drink the very tiny amount of King Cobra's poison or snake poison to make them body start building the anti what do you call that
Antibodies.
antibodies. That's right, antibody to the poison, so that they will naturally defend themselves, so that they will not die by poisoning. But I think it was a maybe similar concept of building some sort of immunity. If you, it's like a medical. I don't really know 100% of it. I'm not a doctor, but there was a reason behind it or something.
I'm a doctor and I don't know either.
Hey, you're a different kind of doctor. I mean, not all the doctors know all the doctors, unless you're Dr. Who.
You're the kind of doctor that doesn't know things.
Yes.
Oh,
Nice.
But nobody left out my joke, Doctor Who.
Yeah, I like Doctor Who. Yeah, the old one, not the new one. New one sucks.
Wait, what was it? The old one with the old I don't want to say it like that, but the older gentleman, or the new one was the one that with the newer younger person.
There's been a lot of doctors.
Yikes.
The original Doctor Who had 7, so.
I didn't see the original run, but I kind of really enjoyed a lot of the new stuff. Not all of it.
I only seen.
Even I haven't seen all of the original run. It's impossible these days because not all of it exists anymore.
Yeah, I was disappointed by Jodie Whittaker. Like, all of those episodes were kind of ass. But
I mean, I only seen clips of it because of the.
Yeah, people
Go
tend
ahead,
to
sorry.
overhate. People tend to overhate on this kind of stuff. Like it's not the worst thing ever. It can be entertaining. It has its moments.
Oh, okay. I mean, I only seen it because of one of the clip got me sucked into one of the episode, which was about the angels or the stone that like moves when you looked away or something.
Yeah, weeping angels.
Yeah, that episode scared the heck out of me.
That's clearly what you
For some reason.
I can't remember if I.
It was scary.
I might have seen that one. I can't remember. That's newer Doctor Who.
It was scary.
Yeah,
I don't know why. It just made me like paranoid and feel uncomfortable. Especially like it was explaining in quantum level why it was happening, and I was like, oh man.
Wait,
Yeah, once they started trying to explain how it works, it got a little weird. Like, and like they have this instinct of if they think you're looking at them, they'll also freeze.
Yeah, it was kind of like a concept of what is that split experiment?
Double
Double
split.
slit experiment.
The double slit, where if the person spectator who's observing the proton particle, was it proton or was it electron particle? I think it was electron, or the light. I think it was electron, but
You guys
Well, does it
discuss
matter that
this.
much?
I will be back.
oh, sorry.
Okay.
No, go ahead. No, I just need to take a break. So continue
Yeah.
talking. I'm just not going to be here for a couple
Yeah,
minutes.
see ya.
Gotcha.
But yeah, trying to scientifically explain the weeping angels does kind of take the interest away. Like it just makes your eyes glaze over. Like, come on, that makes no sense. That's bullshit.
Well, for me, it was actually like making a little bit of sense. Like, oh
But,
no, is that why how it's like working? Because like I thought it was like related to the split. I can't even say it. Right.
Double
The
slit.
double slit experiment, and I thought it was working like the observer effect, meaning if you're observing how the electron or I forgot it was the electron or the proton is behaving, it's like behaving differently. But if you look away, it's like doing the totally different things, and it was freaking me out. Like, oh crap! Is
Yeah,
that
so
how?
if
Like,
you look at it, their body turns to stone, and
right,
if you look away, their body
right,
is no longer stone. It's not it's turning to stone, it's just that it's in a superposition of being stone or not stone, I guess.
right, right. And then a lot of people still question like, why does electrons or it
But
doesn't have
wait,
eyes, or like how is it know that we're observing it or not observing it?
yeah.
Which is
But
kind of
wait,
scary thought too.
that doesn't make sense because like if you're if you look away and it moves, then you look back at it, you've seen that it has moved. That's also kind of an indirect observation that it's not stone, so it shouldn't be stone anymore. I don't know.
Well, I think the concept was when you're staring at it, it is your the reality of what you see or what you believe in is actually like making the physical object itself not get into a superposition. I'm sorry if I'm being very wordy with it, but if you look,
Wait,
you're
so
detached from the observation of that reality point. So the superposition can happen, and they can manipulate the reality to slip into the reality that is different possibility of the time and space itself.
this sounds like a word salad.
And that's that was what was happening in my head. They're like,
Yeah.
oh my
I
gosh, this
think
is very freaky
Yeah.
freaking situation.
I think my problem with technobabble is that it's never. They're always just trying describing something impossible and trying to make it seem plausible. But I'm always trying to like think of it as something that would be possible if you're trying to describe it that way, and you can't do that. So it's just a word salad.
Well, I mean,
Even if there's something plausible in there.
theoretically, some
Like they will
quantum
misuse dark matter all the time.
and well, I mean, yes, but sometimes some of the things they explain has some correlation to the reality or the the real stuff a little bit, or
Yeah.
sometimes it's very off. But like for example, the superposition part, I think I have a very limited understanding of physics, and I'm still learning and growing about it because I don't have a lot of time to study physics stuff. But what's interesting is that you know how the quantum computer works, right? Have you heard about the quantum computers?
I don't fully understand it, but it's like qubits and like you can like do multiple calculations at once with a single particle because it's like in multiple places at the same time somehow.
Right, that's
Yeah.
right. You have some basic understanding. So basically, there's a 0 and 1 in the computer binary, right? And
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of other people might explain this differently, but in the quantum computer, there's actually a probability of multiple state of zeros and one, where 0 is about 25%, or where 0 is about 50%, or where 0 is about 75%. So there's a multiple a position of zeros and one in multiple probability level. But based on what I understood from the deep deep learning, the head of the deep learning, or his presentation of the YouTube video, he was suggesting that those probability or the prediction can happen due to the bridge that was made from the quantum computer itself into parallel universe. I know it's very crazy,
Oh yeah,
but
now we're getting into alternate universes, like
yes,
splitting timelines.
right. So he was, well, I'm not trying to get there, but basically, if what he was explaining is correct, all the quantum computers are working together in the parallel universe in order to find the exact probability state of the calculation. Meaning, in our universe, is a 0 is 50% or 75%, but in the parallel, slightly different alternate universe, their physics state might be a 0.25%. And imagine if all those computers are bridged together in different timeline and working like connecting in network somehow to process one of the information, then that basically itself could be the explanation of what he was trying to explain about the quantum computers. I know it sounds very insane, but that's basically what he was trying to say. That all the, in parallel universe, computers are bridged together to calculate that quantum's, like, calculation and stuff. So if my understanding is correct, and based on what he was trying to explain, because some other people also understood that way what he was trying to say.
Sawyer in chat is a pretty good take there. The Weeping Angel is the pyramid head of Doctor Who. That's so true.
Interesting.
Yeah, like because in Silent Hill they just keep overusing the pyramid head guy as like, oh, this is the big scary guy, right? So you want to see him all the time. And in Doctor Who, they keep doing that same thing with the Weeping Angels. It's like, no, we had the Weeping Angels scare. It's not scary anymore if that's just every episode now.
Interesting. Yeah,
we don't need a giant Weeping Angel that's just the Statue of Liberty. That's. Sorry, was that a spoiler?
No. Oh shoot! Oh no! I think I've seen it. Wait, but for other people, it might be. Yeah. We're better not say anything.
I'm gonna stop.
I think I've seen it before. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple clips before, but I'm just gonna say nothing about it. Yeah, but yeah, I'm sure Shady knows this more in detail because he does mathematical stuff, and I'm pretty sure he might be interested in quantum computers and stuff, how he computes or whatever. He probably understands it better than.
I actually don't know that. I don't know that field. I'm aware of it, but I never studied it.
Or Professor Moss. I'm sure he understands it more better, I think.
Dr. Moss.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What are you talking about?
What's your take on quantum computers?
Dang it. I failed.
I didn't even. My PhD's in IT, and I don't know what it's about.
Okay.
So.
No, we were just talking about the Weeping Angels, and then we got connected to the quantum theory of how the Weeping Angel is working, and then we got into about how the quantum computers are connected to all this parallel universe, and they're all calculating the states together because they're bridged together to the different parallel universe where that computer exists.
To me, it's all a bunch of word salad.
It can be. I mean, it can be. And then there's some theory that our brain is sort of like that too a little bit, and that's how we can predict something, or like our gut feeling about something and prediction comes true or something like that, saying that our brain is somehow quantumly connected into a different state of another universe or dimension or in different time, so that we're sort of maybe communicating. Never mind, forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
So you're pointing out, yeah, the Pyramid Head was introduced for a very specific reason, and now he's just the scary guy. In Doctor Who, like the Weeping Angels were specifically a cheap monster. That like it's just a statue. doesn't move while it's on cameras. Like they don't have to animate anything. They just have to like move it between shots, and now it's and then, and then they made it expensive in later episodes, and did all these crazy things. It's not the same.
Oh my goodness, Bitcoin.
I'll bet.
Oh,
What now?
I'll
what's
bet.
it doing?
I just checked it 5 minutes ago. It's back to 79.
Oh.
Oh, dang it. Okay.
Oh, you were just guessing?
Yeah, I was trying to do some fear mongering. I was trying to do some fear mongering and that type of thing, but okay, never mind. We're all good then. Okay.
It needs to come back down. Probably won't though now.
Oh no, Bitcoin just skyrocketed.
I know. That works.
Oh.
And I have all three.
In an alternate universe, 81 now.
20.
Yeah, but it's kind of scary stuff. If you keep thinking about those stuff, it gets depressed because you might think like, oh, in another world, I am doing so much better, or I'm off with some hot person.
It's that Rick and Morty nihilism thing.
Oh, is there an episode for it? I forgot.
Rick and Morty has an entire.
And in this universe, I'm just sitting here moping about it.
Yeah. There's this whole
I
thing
think
about
that's
how
right.
every
That's
single
right.
possibility exists somewhere in the multiverse, and it kind of just devalues everything.
That's right. I think I've seen some clips.
Yeah, and Rick and
where,
Morty kind of like plays around with that idea.
It actually, I don't know. It makes me depressed sometimes thinking about such a thing. I mean, it
That's
was
still
cool,
a good
like-
show. I think I saw the first 3 seasons when they first were.
I feel like it should have ended on season 2. Like that was a
Season
good
2?
ending. Yeah, when
Yeah.
Rick got. Wait, I should probably not say it. Yeah. The season 2 finale, to me, was just a really good finale to the show. And then it kept happening, and we got Pickle Rick.
Yeah, good point. That was season 3. That is
so
the jump the shark, isn't it?
Sawyer is saying that.
Look at me, I'm splish splashing too.
Wait, sounds sometimes happen, but it doesn't hurt. Never mind.
Naughty shady.
Well, where's this cat getting the water? We have 2 inverters. Ugh.
From another quantum realm.
Oh, sorry, what were you gonna say? Sorry, I cut you off if I did.
So I guess I don't understand the situation. I don't understand this fountain. So you got her to fountain. So, I don't know. Sound like you were saying, like, there's some other water that you were trying to divert her from? Because I don't understand, like, what? got it so that she wouldn't. She's using the thing that you got. She was supposed to do something else with it? I don't get it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate.
I don't know what a water fountain for a cat is. I guess because I've never had a cat that liked water. Oh, like, just how you water your cats. I was thinking like you got a, I was thinking like a bigger fountain thing that, like a big bath sort of setup. I was like, well, of course, if your cat likes water. I had a completely different visual from what I think you're saying.
That's right. I had the direction backward. It's from the root to the branches, so... I just found the video again, but yeah, the direction I had it backward a little bit. Because the tree branches sucks the water from the below and then send it upward to the branches, so... Yikes. I'll just, where did you want me to put this one? Was it math and science?
Oh, something about quantum computers? Yeah, it sounds
no,
like
no, no.
where it would
About
go.
the water filter with using tree branch. I guess it can be science.
Technology?
Well, it's not a tech. It's just science.
I mean, it's
Science
like
experiment.
inventing the wheel level of like. Technology can be at any stage.
I don't know if it was newly discovered, but I'm sure some people figured it out a long time ago too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that got me
Still.
thinking. Did you guys know? Did you guys well because who was talking about the drinking piss? Why did we get to that conversation?
You were talking about it.
No, but somebody like pointed out and then about the drinking piss. Like, why did we get to that?
I don't know. I was solving a puzzle and all of a sudden you guys were talking about drinking piss.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think it was because I brought up the water filter, and then I was talking about the Life of Pi, which is the TV show or the movie. No, I think it was a movie and the book. And I think Moss said something about drinking piss because you're stranded or something, and then I think that's why the conversation popped up. But did you guys know if you boil the piss or your pee, well, I don't know if the male or female works better, but if you boil it enough, did you know it makes phosphorus?
This is quite the rabbit hole.
No, well, I mean, I do watch some science educational stuff once in a while, and I was like, wait,
It's very pragmatic applications.
Well, yeah, because a long time ago, a lot of alchemists was trying to find the solution. Have you heard about the sorcerer's stone, or the what is that thing like that turns into gold?
Turns lead to
Transmutation,
gold.
is that the Philosopher's Stone, I think?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, something like that. So they were looking for like
Yeah.
the ultimate, like
Moss,
something
where
to-
are you?
I'm here.
Okay. I assumed you jump in on that.
Transmutation.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. I was just explaining that if you boil the pea long enough and then you evaporate everything, you can start to
Wait,
you can
what's the
start
context for this?
that you can extract phosphorus out of the pea. But there is a better way to do it now. But back in the days, that's the only one. That's the only
Calvin.
way they figured out how to do it. So they used
What if
to
we
boil.
boiled cat pee? What happens then?
I mean,
Does it
I did see a
generate
Nile Red video.
some other
He made something
element?
out of his own pea.
But I'm just saying they used to have a pea factory that just boils the pea to make phosphorus.
That's amazing.
I'm serious. It wasn't. It's not a joke. I thought
Calvin
it was
is
shocking
not
too.
Joey. He doesn't like to be held.
People get paid to come in and just piss. Can you imagine being paid to piss? That would be an amazing job.
And you want to hear
You're
one
just
more
there,
surprising? You
They
want to
just
hear
bring in
one more
loads of bottles
surprising
of
fact?
water, and everyone in the first half of the day is just there drinking bottles of water. The afternoon, everyone's just having a big piss.
and then one guy's
Half,
like,
half
"Sorry,
of the
would you
building just
would you
toilets.
would you mind just donating your over here in our container?" And they're like grossing out, like, "What the heck is wrong with you, son? I need to collect all this for my experiment."
This is the kind of work that would put a cubicle in your office. No, a urinator? No.
Oh no.
Urinator in your cubicle.
But if I remember correctly, there was one other way that they in the ancient times they used to use pee for bleaching, I think, or for washing your clothes.
That is gross.
Yeah, I have heard that as well.
No
Yeah.
wonder they had such a short lifespan.
Exactly.
I don't know
Pee
if
can
it
keep
was
you warm,
dyeing
though.
or bleaching. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. In Roman times, urine was indeed used for cleaning agent for the clothes, including bleaching purposes. This practice took the advantage of the ammonia in the urine, which was a natural cleaning agent. Man, that's crazy. But yeah, I guess I'm a pee doctor now. That's it. I'm going away.
Congrats on the promotion, I guess.
Dang it. Why did I get to this position? Why am I talking about all this stuff? What the heck is going on?
Proud of you.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's talk about something else, I guess.
So you're probably someone who just had an unfortunate accident. It happens.
No, probably the alchemist, thinking that they could make a gold out of it somehow. That was the reason why the phosphorus was found too. They were trying to make they're trying to find a chemical agent that could.
Yeah, how science happens. You just try random things until something works.
Yeah. But back in the days, did you guys know the Roman times they had a really advanced a rainwater collect and the filtering system to make a drinking water. It's actually quite fascinating because it can be still applied today if we are in the emergency mode or something like that. They had all this filtration process. I forgot it was Roman times or in Italy. I'm kind of crossing the timeline together, but
The ancient Romans didn't have chemicals like we can use for water purification. Instead, they used settling basins and air exposure. Basins were full of water where the water would slow down. The slowing
What is doing in there?
allowed impurities such as sand to drop out of the water as it moved.
Oh,
Okay.
it's actually one of the toys in there. Never mind. They're good. Thought I heard some crashing, but it's actually one of the louder toys.
Oh my god, you're right, Sawyer. Piss is literally liquid gold.
Oh jeez. Watch like back
We
in the
just
day,
have to cool it down.
No, but watch somebody actually like did it somehow to make the metal with the using a piss to make it like a gold, but the problem was it smelled like a piss.
Oh my god, could you imagine
That would have been
pissing
awful.
liquid gold? That would be awful.
That would have been awful. Like, wait, why is it smelling like? And then they'd be like, just watch it from the far. It's art. It's supposed to smell.
You would just be cooked from the
Sound like a
inside.
go-to there.
What? I'm sorry. It sounded like what?
You sounded like a go-to there.
Did I? No, go-to doesn't sound like this.
No. When you did that
No, no, no.
impersonation of whoever it was there, you sound like a go-to.
Really? Oh no. Wait. I guess she's away for something. I guess.
Oh.
And just didn't want her to be like, "What? You're not me. You can never replace me."
So Kaizen does an impression of a go-to, and a go-to does an impression of Frosting, and Frosting does an impression of Tucker Carlson. So we are all Tucker Carlson now.
Wait, Tucker Carlson
Nice.
actually isn't that a hard one? I think that's a little bit hard. Let me.
Yeah, I don't think he did it effectively, but he tried. I just noticed there was like a chain of sort of attempted impressions or unattempted impressions.
Actually, I wonder if he's gonna come back to the channel now, since he was a big supporter
Tucker
in the
Carlson?
beginning. Yeah.
I'd love to have him
Well,
on.
No, I mean like, well, yes, of course, but I mean, wasn't he like let go from the big news because of he was like trying to like
Yeah, Fox
like
fired him
trying-
at some point.
right, because he was a
I like how
I
you
think he
just
was-
shiny object. You completely switched over to the subject that I brought up when I messed up your previous point.
Ooh, shiny.
Huh? Wait, what was my previous point? now I'm being like,
You said, "Is he going to come
What?
back to the channel?" I assumed you were talking about Frosting, but I guess they're all the same. We just established that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, I thought you were talking about Tucker Carlson. I thought, oh yeah, let's ask him to come to our channel and talk to us.
Yes, I said that when I.
Guys who play video.
This is the internet, Kaizen. People joke around, and some people like to mess with other people. Those happen occasionally.
Life
No,
lessons
but-
with Shady.
Well, I thought you were serious. So I thought maybe like. he might
I
come
mean,
over
it
and
all
talk
it all
about
happens like rapid fire. You got to be on your toes. Which lines are which?
I mean, you can do the. I think I can see you doing the like a what is that thing that Joe Rogan does? Is that
Podcast?
Well, is it you just call that podcast, or is
Yeah.
there like a certain yeah, I can see you doing that, like with certain topics and maybe like play video.
This is as close as I get to it because I mean the podcast market is obviously very saturated, and I'm not sure how interested anyone would be in such a thing, more generic or whatever.
I know,
But
but you just mix a video game into it. So
Yeah,
you
that's
force
kind of
them
that's what
to-
we're basically doing right now, where, you know, instead of just, because it's a bit intense, right, to just have where we're
Right,
all just taking
so-
up the whole
so-
screen. Instead, we got
you-
you know, pleasant music and whatever.
I mean, you force them to talk, but at the same time, you kind of torture them by forcing them to play the video games that you want them to play and see their reaction.
Is
Is
it
this a
like,
suggestion,
like
or are
hot
you
ones,
accusing me of doing that already?
No, I'm saying that could be a nice like for example.
Oh, like the what is that? The Hot Ones podcast where you
Yeah,
have to eat
forcing
the.
them to talk. Well, they have to eat the spicy
Oh.
chickens.
Yeah. That's right. Something like that. But for us, it's a video game. Like, well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Forcing me to play Lethal Company. I would hate you forever.
uh, yeah. I mean, it would be cool. Like, I would kind of curious about how people would react if they play certain video games and how they might interact with it. So, and then like also like having them talking about like, you know, stuff that they think about or what they learn. I think it might be nice. So I haven't seen it, so that's why I thought, oh yeah, maybe you can pull it off. I think Conan O'Brien used to do something similar, where he was forced into play a video game where he was terrible at it, and I used to laugh quite a lot.
Well, I see
Yeah, I
a lot
remember
of, I see a lot of gaming content that's literally just them podcasting while gaming.
That's what we're doing right now, isn't it?
Yeah, right now. This is that.
Oh, is it? Wait a minute. What?
Oh my god. Weird part of the problem, except it's not a problem.
What?
I don't know why I found that funny.
I'm just having a deja vu moment where I just realized, wait a minute, this is the same thing, sort of. Although we're just watching.
I'm actually not watching.
Oh,
I'm doing my own thing.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, like it's what I've said. It's what I said in chat about like watching movies and shows. Like it's difficult for me to just sit down and watch. I need to do something.
I mean, maybe that's part of it, is for me to.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm doing this more for myself than for you. Like, I have to kind of burn off some of my attention onto a puzzle while simultaneously kind of tuning in and out of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, me too, sort of. I would clean sometime and do chores, so don't be too guilty.
Do you want to go for a 24-hour stream, Shady?
Right now?
Yeah.
Let's
But you did
see.
that
We've been
before?
going 7.5. That's quite a ways away.
That was a funny laugh.
Why stop at 24? Let's do 36.
Let's do 48 hours.
No, let's not. I think.
Well,
I
here's the
think-
thing. If, you know, it could, you know, if the channel grew and people are on board, it could be a thing where it changes hands over time and it wouldn't have to be captained by one guy the entire time.
I mean,
Then
could
you
do
could
that
have
now.
you could have a continuous thing.
I mean, you could get a psychosis by. Have you ever heard of a Russian experiment that was done in like the old days where things were wild?
No.
Are you
Where,
talking about the Russian sleep experiment? Creepy.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was that one.
Yeah, that was a
where-
creepypasta. It's not real.
Oh, it's not? Okay, let me just look up the. I thought there was
What
a
is a
one that
creepy pasta?
It's a
Do you know,
copy
Shady?
pasta, but it's creepy.
I think
was. That was
What's a
perfect.
I
creepy
think
pasta?
Bowser just told you. Say it again.
Most just got super
Yeah.
confused.
Uh,
Like, just say-
a creepy pasta is a copy pasta, except it's a creepy story. I mean, that's the
What's a
origin of the.
copypasta?
That's the origin of the term. A copy pasta is just something that people copy paste around.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Oh, you didn't
but
know what
I
a
think
copy pasta was? Okay.
Yeah,
You're
but the more,
earlier in your internet education
yeah,
than I thought.
the more modern form of the creepy pasta, it's just creepy stories people tell on the internet.
But not the maybe
It
then
depends
I'm
on
not
which
gonna
part of the internet you're on.
Well, yeah.
maybe I'm not gonna bring the Russian experiment, but there was some experiment, and you can find it on the YouTube, where YouTube was trying to build their own TV show, and I think they had a like an experimentation where they lock up people into certain like a box where they were isolated, and or some people were doing a sleep experiment, but they start to hallucinate if they didn't sleep after like 1 or 2 days or 3 days. They start to hallucinate. So it's not
Yeah,
a good.
and in the creepy pasta, after like 15 days, they get possessed by the devil or something.
Right, on the Russian experiment, the story that I heard was a similar story where they start to hear voices and behave strangely. But on that story, they were trying to make them wait for longer than a week. To they were basically giving them like a was it a meth or something to like make them not sleep, and then I think that could be also what was causing them to have a psychosis and causing hallucination. But there were other experiments that didn't had those drug influence, but people start to hallucinate when they lost the sleep. I think one of them was a public stunt. The one person was locked up in the ice or something. I forgot if it was that too. Like in New York City.
I remember a creepypasta about like some scientists who believed that if you cut off all the senses, you'll be closer to God. So like they got someone did like a surgery to remove all their senses, and eventually like he was just lying on a table, and he like turned to the researchers and was like, "I've spoken to God, and He has abandoned us."
Wow.
It's just like the goofiest way creepypasta can end.
That's scary. But yeah, I did hear, but this wasn't like a creepypasta or anything. But I just seen a video experiment where they put a person in an isolated room for quite a long time, and then
What is going on, Shady?
What?
I forgot. I'm sorry, boss. What
Lost
were you
track of
gonna
the
say?
conversation.
What?
I'm sorry, boss.
I'm scared, Shady.
Oh.
Oh no. I mean, well, and then they I forgot whether they didn't give them a light so that they can tell whether it's a day or not. And then but they give them like food or everything. They were just isolated, but a lot of people start to hallucinate and see stuff. Is what I heard from the experiment, and you can actually access it. I think it's on YouTube, like, and it was like a YouTube show, and it was kind of like an experiment. What would happen? It was like a MythBuster or something in the YouTube channel show, but I think it was like a dedicated YouTube show. I don't know if it's still up, but people start to like hallucinate. They will start to see stuff, which was kind of weird. So yeah, don't be too isolated, I guess.
Moral of the story is you should sleep.
Yes, that, and don't isolate yourself too much, because you can, or like not have your, like, they didn't have anything to do, and I think that was one of the reasons why they started to go a little bit like that. Yeah.
They start stimming.
No, like they didn't. I think they were like they had water, but they had food, but they were not given any activity to do, so they're just stuck in the room, isolated, and nothing to do. And then they start to just hear voices and see stuff, which is kind of crazy though. I don't know.
So the thing about that is, so there's this idea of a person having an internal monologue. I don't know if you guys know what that is. You probably do. But I wonder if you could do this torture experiment with people that either have the internal monologue or don't. Oh, look, cats. I wonder if people who didn't have an internal monologue, I wonder if they wouldn't hear the voices.
Wait, so, I recently found out, but what do you mean by internal monologue?
I don't know exactly how to define it, but basically just the way that you process information and make decisions in your life, right? Just how you think about things as you go about your day. You either have an internal monologue or you don't. That it's like talking to yourself, but not, you don't have to make sounds, but you either your thought process is on a level that is linguistic, or it's merely on one that is more animalistic. So if you have an internal monologue, you're thinking about if you have an internal monologue, you're thinking about what you're doing in the same sort of way that you talk to other people, versus when you're not around other people, you kind of default back to just kind of acting more, I don't know, instinctively, I guess.
Well,
I just wonder if there's a correlation between that and hearing the voices in these kind of extreme cases of isolation.
The reason why I asked was that I thought you were talking about internal monologue as your reading voice, meaning like, when you're reading, you have an internal, like audible sound that you make inside to read the sentence when you're reading. I thought you were talking about like that as an inner voice.
No,
but sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just talking about what I just said.
So, what is it your inner monologue more like the Talos principle when he installed the inner monologue patch?
Yeah, I guess that was in the game. Yeah.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, they
because
kind of underused that.
Oh yeah, they did.
Like a couple times.
Well, the reason why I asked was that I recently saw like I forgot if it was like a TikTok or some kind of a short video where one guy was married to this woman, and then she was talking about like they lived like a couple of years together, and she recently found out that other people don't have this external monologue, and she just found out that she was like a neurodivergent or something, and then the husband was shocked that she just thought that that's how everybody think in a way in their own self, but husband was telling her like, no, that's not normal, like not all the people are like that, and she was just shocked that she just found that out.
Yeah, I mean, if you've lived with this your entire life and you're just gonna assume that everyone else has it until you find out it's not true.
Right, and basically what she was saying, I think, if I remember correctly, was that she has this external voices that just like describe what she's doing or what she's thinking.
Oh, an external monologue.
Yeah, I guess kind of like what the Talos Principle patch sort of like that, but it's kind of different. What she was saying, and some people use that neurodiversion or whatever that might be, but I don't know. I'm not too sure about how that's even possible. I'm not even comprehending that either, like what's happening over there. But I thought that's what you're talking about, the recently what I found out about the...
No, an internal monologue is not you don't hear. It's not like you hear of. It's not like a sound, but it's really more like a linguistic process in your day-to-day thinking versus, like I said, more of an animalistic thinking.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you figure out what your thought is by putting it into words without actually vocalizing.
Everyone here has an internal monologue. I'll just put it that way. There's no way you'd be interested in my stream if you didn't have an internal monologue.
right, because when you say internal monologue, I thought you were talking about my reading voice, like when I read the book, or like when I think about saying something. Sometimes I would use a reading voice to say something, and then say it or something like that. But
I
the
have
way
a
she
friend
was
who claims
thinking,
she doesn't have an inner monologue.
oh,
What did you say?
I have a friend who says she doesn't have an inner monologue.
meaning like no reading voice, like she doesn't
No,
have
nobody else
audible.
is talking about that. What do you mean by
No,
reading
but she
voice?
doesn't
Just
think she doesn't have a voice that says things to her in her mind.
I think that's different. I think that's a little bit. That's like external.
That's an internal monologue. That's what that's called. It's nothing to do with reading.
Hmm. Let me look at the psychology reference real fast. I'll be right back.
I don't know how to do this puzzle. This is a weird puzzle. Susie's sticking her head all the way through my shoe, all the way to the toe, crying.
My internal monologue is the word salad.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
That makes sense. That checks out. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no. I did check some reference, and they're kind of closely related, but they're not the exact same thing. You're right, Moss. I'm sorry. But they're kind of closely
Alright.
related though in psychology. Psychology.
Ish.
Interesting. I do have my psychology book somewhere in my box. I don't know if you guys keep the books around, textbooks.
There we go. Play with the cat toys. Stop playing with the wires. All right.
Oh no, they start to play with the wires now. You gotta go like, no, how do you do that? Like, don't touch that. You gotta do the cat sound.
No, you just gotta distract them.
No, to give them a warning. Like that, isn't that like the way to say don't do that or something?
I don't know. Nothing really works.
No, like you have to be like the mama or dad cat, where they go like saying don't do that.
They don't really. The problem with cats is they don't really process negative discipline.
Well,
It only works in a
I don't know.
positive direction, like do this, and that's a good thing. They don't really get like do not do that.
Well, I've seen some cat interaction between the parent's cat and then the children cat. Like, some of the parent cat, if they do something that they don't want to do, or like
Well,
were doing something
in a
bad.
direct, like, you're hurting me kind of way.
Like they just you know, kind of punched them in the face. Is what I saw. Also,
Yeah.
kind of like
So
with the
that
tap, with the
works.
paw.
That works when they're like scratching or biting you, and you say, if you say don't do that, they'll get that because it makes sense to them. Because just like when they wrestle with each other, they'll make noises at each other saying, you're biting too hard or whatever. They'll
Yeah,
understand that with you, but if it's just like some other thing they're doing, they don't really process when you get mad at them. That just seems really random to them.
Yeah, but I don't know. Sometimes if you make that noise, the parent cat do, they kind of.
Well, they might stop in the moment, but they're not gonna like learn a lesson for the future.
But some cats kind of like they evolve into the point where they're kind of like a dog. They understand everything. I see some cats that they understand everything, almost everything. Or maybe we want to believe that's true. But I've seen something where it's crazy. Like they literally like understand everything you say. Maybe you should train them. Use the button so that they can say the human word. Yeah, I've seen like some cats talking back to the owner using the button, the dog button, or the dog talk back button. Give your cats a button. Sorry, you're saying. One for food, one for pet, one for love. I guess.
Susie really likes my shoe. I think that's a good thing, right? That means she likes how I smell.
Interesting. I think dogs do that too. Like they smell, or they try to like take away your shoes, or they play around with your socks because it has your scent on it, or something like that. I think dogs too do that, or cats too. Sometimes they just like snatch your shoes. But yeah, I seen the video where one of the guy was trying to study the cat communication, and then like 5 out of 4 or something, like he was making a certain sound, and then the cat immediately came by to check on him if it was like because it was like some sort of a distress signal. I forgot it was like meh, eh, like it was like that kind of sound. And cats came by. Like, what's going on? Like, why are you calling? Like, what happened? And he was keep making that sound like meh, 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 meh. Or something like that. And there was like a couple other like the signal where they do when they're in distress.
What are you doing?
Anyway, it's getting late. Matthew, are you still there? You're still here, but you haven't talked at all, so I thought maybe you fall asleep.
Yes.
No, that's you, but I'm talking about Matthew. Yeah, I guess
What are these
it's sort of
cats?
like
Stop it.
To me, it's very early, so.
So you're just getting started? They were already too big to rest on my shoulders.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna head out too. I'm gonna take a nap.
Alright.
All right,
Sorry.
Kaizen.
More
nap?
like a long nap, but
Okay.
yeah, it's a little late, I guess. Actually, you're in the same time zone, I think. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a little later than I realized, but
Except most maybe, and actually, wait, is it a mouse or?
What?
Oh, sorry, no, because your ID was different, so I was like, wait a minute, is that a Bowser or am I getting confused?
I'm Bowser on Twitch because I can't be bothered to change it.
That's fine. I mean, I can just say that in the Mario world, I get sometimes I get confused too. Anyway, I know you're in the different Europe time zone or something.
Yeah, I'm in Norway.
Oh, that's right. Wait, was it you or I forgot somebody told me it was Europe, so I got confused. There was a couple people. Wait,
yeah, there's a lot of
Oh yeah, that's
Europeans.
right. I think that I think Go To was also Europe,
Okay.
if I remember correctly. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good night, guys.
All right.
Good talk
Good night.
for.
See you next time.
Oh yeah, thank you,
Kaizen.
Moss, for trying to I guess consort me regarding the upcoming future.
That's all
Yeah,
right,
don't-
Kaizen.
Yeah, don't believe everything you read on the internet.
I mean, I'm not. I'm also skeptical.
Unless it's here.
Yeah, maybe worry about. Probably not to worry unless it happens, I guess. But anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys. See you local. I mean, the case. If you're here, and Matthew. Yeah, I guess.
All right. Good night.
Oh, okay. You're still here. Okay. Good night. Good night, guys. See you, Bowser.
Good night, Kaizen.
All right. See you, Shake.
Good night,
Thanks for
Kaizen.
everything.
Good night, Kaizen.
And I might bring more new different ways to use the P or something next time as a joke. Never mind.
New ways to use your P.
Never mind.
Okay.
It wasn't funny. I guess nobody's laughing.
No, I need blue to stay. Ugh. See, the problem with putting that first, let's just get that out of the way, is that this Doesn't allow you to break up the green and the blue like you need to, yeah. So that has to be this way. All right, Moss. Let's get real on this. Tell us
Okay.
yeah, sing your praises to long live King Trump. Why is this such a
God
wonderful
Emperor.
thing? Not a God Emperor. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, from a foreign policy perspective, I do think he's the person to sort a lot of this stuff out because he is a negotiator, and he does have a good track record from his first term. So
Part of
I
the
do
deal.
think that a lot of the hot situations at the moment will be calmed down under Trump, and I think they already are. A little
Yeah,
bit
they're saying that
he's been
there's
elected.
already one of them that might be.
Yeah.
Oh. Hear that buzzing sound? Okay. Should have talked to Frankie about it while he was here.
Okay.
He says he's from Israel, so we should have.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking 4 years time, he's gonna abolish the Senate, the House, the everything, and he's gonna be able to become a dictator.
Well, he already has them all on his side. I don't think he even needs to do that.
He has a mandate, so.
Or no, he's gonna do that so he can get rid of democracy.
The objective. Hey, Susie, what's on your mind? Why are you looking at me like that? She doesn't really make a lot of eye contact, so I kind of notice when she does.
We might as well call Trump Emperor Palpatine because he's gonna get rid of the Senate and everything, and
Should we proceed as if you actually believe that or as if you don't? What do you think, Moss?
I think that's just the voices in Nutcase's head.
I think it's a troll. I don't know.
I mean, you already had the one where he told he interviewed or some interview where he was saying put one person in front of a firing squad and shoot him.
Again, I can't tell if I can't tell if you're trolling or not.
Yeah, Trump said he's going to cancel women altogether. It's just going to all be men from now on, Shady.
Well, if you had told me that, I might have a different opinion on things.
It's Revenge of the Garbage. It's just that the guy who was a threat to democracy beat the one who didn't get any of the whatever primary of who was just installed for the Democratic nominee without getting any primary stuff.
There we go. That's more like it.
It's like way late, and I actually had a thought in there, but I'm like too tired to actually even. That was actually more of being too tired to have a coherent thought than me being that case there. Actually,
Your thoughts are too clear at this hour.
no, they're too wacko even for me.
Well, no, but they need to be if you're gonna understand.
No,
how
I don't.
anything
I can't
works.
even understand myself. This is what I'm saying.
Oh goodness.
It's 1 a.m. where I'm at. I've usually been asleep for about 5 hours already by now. I'm used to, I don't have to be at work tomorrow, but if I was, I would have to be up in 3 hours.
That's right. You don't have to get up tomorrow.
So
So,
I mean, I'm
You got on here saying you were feeling sad about things. I hope you're at least happy about that.
I don't even remember 5 hours ago, so I don't know.
Okay.
I blame Moss.
Yeah, I blame Moss too.
But no, I think the point I was going before is I think it's funny that Trump is the threat to democracy, but Harris was the one that never got a single primary thing in, to be selected as her,
As her party's
party's
nominee.
Didn't she get 26 votes? You were saying, Shady?
23.
23. Okay.
Yeah, people say that she didn't
Which is
get any
still less
primary
than she
votes.
got last time.
Yeah. She did get 23 votes in the primary. Or at least that I saw. I looked at the page. How do I get these
I don't know.
two?
I'm just laughing because both sides. No, the other side. No, it's the other side, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and be independent and laugh at both sides.
Yeah, it's there's no reason to think that anyone's even interested in solving all your problems, let alone is going to. But yeah. It's I'm pretty cynical. But I also think I do believe in calling the match fairly, and I do think one side's been more unfair than the other in recent memory. I mean, that's, you know, not a
Yeah.
deification, but
I was kind of joking about it earlier, but the whole thing, like, I think was a little unfair was the Trump quote about putting somebody in front of a firing squad. Like, I remember hearing on the news, it was all about, oh, he's trying to shoot her, he's trying to shoot her. I think he was just trying to make a point about sending people to a war, and I don't even think he was trying to shoot her or something like that.
yeah, it's called the chicken hawk argument. Which is that a lot of these people that call for war are ones that don't fight it themselves or have to worry about any of their family members going. So he was just basically saying that Liz Cheney's a chicken hawk because, you know, she wants all this funding for perpetual wars and shit, as is the whole Cheney legacy. But, you know, it's easy to say when you live in the, you live out in the hills somewhere where it's just all kind of a video game to you. You would think differently if you were in the trenches. Which is, you know, it's the exact argument I made a decade ago. I mean, I'm still, you know, my introduction to politics was the whole George W. Bush thing, starting with 9/11 and then the war in Iraq and Patriot Act and all that. And I just, you know, I always have that lingering memory of just how shit that was and just how we were all taken for a ride. And it just, even though it's a long time ago and that doesn't have like a direct impact on, you know, in the exact same way now as it did then, it's still lingering in that we clearly haven't learned the lessons we should have, or at least if we are, it's not taken effect in our politics. So, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. I am more optimistic with the total victory the Republicans just won. But it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, you have a mandate, so let's see it. But it's a different Republican than the Bush-Cheney Republicans. It was a big signal that Cheney endorsed Harris.
Both of them, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Because Dick Cheney endorsed Harris as well.
Did he?
Yeah.
Not surprised. I am stuck on this puzzle. I don't know how to solve this. I'm still one short.
Well, I do think there is hopefully one good thing about this. With it's kind of Trump, kind of not, whatever. But in 4 years, both sides are gonna have to pick somebody new, or I assume, who knows what the on the Democrat side, they're all gonna have to fight for. Both sides are gonna have to fight for. Hey, we want to face off.
Yeah, people have been begging the Democrats to finally learn some fucking introspection for a long time, but they just keep doubling down on what they're doing. And they really shouldn't be, because they're just... I mean, they don't understand this, but they blew it with Kennedy.
Yeah, Kennedy versus Trump election would have been interesting.
Say what?
A Kennedy versus Trump would have been interesting election.
Yes, it would have been.
Or
I still think that Kennedy is better off working with Trump, because then Trump can moderate him on.
Well, that's kind of the
things.
Yeah, so that's kind of the, when I said it before, I said last week before the election, I think these are more historical times rather than just like political times. So like what's happening right now is a realignment, right? So the reason why you even have a unity ticket in the first place is that, these guys still disagree on a lot of things, but they have to get past, they have to unify right now to get past the old way of doing things, and then 20-30 years down the line they can split up again. I mean, I'm looking at this in kind of generational terms, right? Just like I said, from what I learned with Bush, I mean, I just think the old parties are just not fit for purpose anymore. They're clearly just scams. And we've become so cynical about it. And I think a skepticism towards government is probably overall preferred in general anyway, but like right now, like they're just, I mean, you got the, it's just, what are these people? It's just like, it's just, what is their message? It's just like chicken hawks and, I don't know, abortion, I guess. Like that's not a civilizational identity. It's just, what are we even doing? I don't know how to save an extra cube. I don't know what to do here.
I mean, we were just kind of saying, how the Cheneys, the Cheney and his daughter, I think that was his daughter, who were supporting Harris. But I think it kind of says something that on the other side, I think I saw something where Bernie Sanders, who was that close to getting the Democratic nominee in 2016, kind of saying, hey, I think he's independent now, but saying, hey, saying, hey, it's time for the Democratic Party to kind of, I'm kind of halfway trying to remember what he said, but something about getting back in touch with the American people. Kennedy, Democrat, is now working with Trump. And then, what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard, who was
she jumped ship too. Wiped the floor with Harris in 2020.
Yeah, you know, she was the one that kind of took out, oh, okay, I'm falling asleep. No, she's the one that took out, kind of took out Harris in the 2020 primaries.
Yeah.
And, you know, she was a Democrat, fighting for a Democratic nominee, and now she's an independent working with Trump.
Right.
Is RFK Jr. still technically a Democrat?
I think he actually left the party. I think he's unaffiliated. That's what I want to say.
So I know Tulsi's a Republican now.
Right.
Oh, she's officially Republican now? I thought she was still independent.
It's very recent. It was just a couple weeks ago she joined the Republican Party. Good morning, Outrun.
I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, 4B is not going to be a problem for men. It's like, okay, you're taking yourself out of the competition. We'll just go to someone who is in the competition.
No, just let them. So what they don't realize is that if they keep going, like the logic of it will work out. They're going to land on traditionalism.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
I think 4B, though, it's not just like not having sex, it's not having relationships or getting married or having children either. So they're going to die alone, and then, yeah, they're going to take themselves out of the gene pool, and that gene's going to go away in a couple of generations, or a generation, maybe.
So blue needs to hit this. This.
But yeah, I kind of thought it was interesting that, you know, I think it was the Democrats who kind of hated, the former VP Cheney because, you know, Iraq, blah, 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 war crimes, blah, 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 blah. But then now all of a sudden, oh, he's a hero because he's important Harris for president. So yeah, I just kind of look at both sides like, you know, whatever.
Why are we so bitter? Let's see. Still can't figure out where the inefficiency is. Could be this and this? No. See, I brought it back here.
Oh, Shady.
What's up?
Bitcoin's no longer 79.
Good. Wake me up when it's 72. What are we at?
80.
70. What? 80?
No, it's high 78.
Yeah, it's 78. I see 78, 890, or 981. Okay, $19 short. You only get one double. That's the issue here. So this white laser needs to shoot through here, which includes the blue. There are no reversers, whatever they're called. But there's also this that needs a blue, and this is so. I mean, I assumed this goes across this way, but that makes it kind of just end here. So if you only have one double, you need to split the blue. Those are the two ends, which would imply that this, whatever hits this, has to be the thing that goes around. See, if I had one more piece, I could just put it right there and just shoot it through there. Yeah, that's... What purple? So you're talking about the targets? I mean, they're the problem.
So you gonna go for 24 hours there, Shady?
I mean, I haven't quit yet. That's all I know.
Where are you, Matthew?
I don't know. Just say something about Mask of Eternity or something.
You mean
Whoa.
Mask of Destiny?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Tom who used the term New Age journalism? And then he explained it and said it just means like stuff that's sort of like the decentralized, independent journalism. That's all he really meant, not New Age in any sort of hippie terms or whatever.
That was my understanding. That's the way I explained it. All right, Spiper. Good hanging out. See you next time.
All right, goodbye, Spiper.
So I direct the white laser into the yellow wall here so that the blue splits off, hits backward into the target. That seems to be the most efficient way to get that. And the yellow is aimed to continue on through this, which means you still have to hit it with a blue. And if you continue on, it splits again, right? You try to maximize what you get out of this one. Right, I put a single here instead of the double because I only get one double, and let's just look at it because I don't know what else to do. Let's just, you know, maybe you are supposed to double the white. Put these up again. Well, if you guys want me to continue much longer, you're gonna have to keep talking. I'm busy.
Say something, Matthew. Why didn't you come into the chat outrun?
I'm just not much of a talker.
Trump, evil dictator, rule world.
Oh, I don't even know how to like fake being terrified. I don't know.
America should be ashamed of itself.
Oh, why would I need? Okay, that's. Why would I need to separate the green?
You haven't actually told us what you think of Shivers 2 yet, Shady, I think. Or maybe you did, but I missed it. Like, the bottom line.
It's not amazing.
Would you say the original Shivers was amazing?
I think I enjoyed it more.
Okay. I know the puzzles seemed a bit illogical sometimes.
See,
Alright,
whatever
send
bounces
the
off these two
October
walls is
recap.
gonna push something back.
Alright, apparently you streamed for 2 days and 10 hours last month, JD, so well done.
Yeah.
Joey emoji got used 64 times. 5,406 chats. You streamed 12 times, that's good. 54. I've been subscribed for 54 months. Okay.
Splitting the white doesn't seem to help.
Alright, well, it's up to you, Moss, because I'm heading out, so.
Yeah, I'll stick around for a little while longer. I do need to start getting ready for tomorrow.
Alright. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shady.
Good night, nutcase. It's good
Good
talking.
Alright. Oh, here's a question. Should Trump buy Greenland this term?
I saw
What's the point? of
one
buying-
video of one person from Greenland. He sounded in favor of it. Yeah, the double line splits the laser into two. So it has this other one coming off over here. Whatever bounces off. See, like, you can't bounce off this to hit that, so.
Maybe Trump should buy Norway. I think that would be a good idea.
Why do you say that?
Oh.
Just because, for reasons
'Cause
that
you're here?
outrun things that Trump should buy West Canada. Be able to make Norway great again. Back when it was Swedish. Make it Swedish again.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Scandinavian history, was that a thing?
Yeah, Norway
I
has been
know
kind of passed
they're
around
all-
between
yeah.
Sweden and Denmark a bunch of times. It's a
I think
complicated
Finland was
history.
part of Sweden at some point as well.
Yeah.
Now imagine you were doing that. You have your 1,000-year history with your little squabbles and your ever-changing borders with your few native countries. You know, things flare up and then they die down and borders change a little bit from time to time. But you have a history and all kind of get each other, even though you're a little different. But you know, ultimately, you resolve these matters as you generally do. And then one day, on the exact opposite side of the world, some dying war-hungry empire is just like, well, we're smarter and better than everyone, so we're going to pick the winners now. Your actual history or preferences or anything, you don't speak for yourself anymore. We are the benevolent dictators of Earth now. Because we manage the globe now. And that's our birthright. You just kind of to resolve all your little squabbles as we see fit. What do you think of that?
No, thank you.
Okay, that's what's exactly going on right now over in Ukraine. No, that's different. Here's why. Blah, blah, blah.
Elaborate,
So-
Shady, because I've not really been paying attention to Ukraine.
Yeah, same.
Wait, why does that need elaboration? I mean, they have like a 1,000-year history of squabbling and moving their borders around and all that. And then all of a sudden, the empire away on the other side of the earth is saying, "Nope, we're picking the winner now."
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Here I am, just setting up the only thing I know to do, which I already know doesn't work.
If you look at it, Spain is pretty much a conglomeration of 4 or 5 different countries, but no one ever thinks about that. And when the Catalonians
or
wants to
Catalonia,
secede,
and
the Spain, the EU are like, well, no, you can't do that. That's illegal, even if they voted for it. It's not just Catalonia. They got Galicia. They've got the Basque country, which uses completely their own language. It's not related to anything. It just looks strange. It looks like it looks runic. The Basque language. I don't know.
so
The EU shouldn't even really exist. It's just trying to amalgamate Europe into a single entity is. It's not just dumb, it's culturally wrong. Because turning Europe into sort of a
Oh,
single
no.
blob would be a tragedy.
look at that. Look at that up there. Those two blue targets. Oh no. Those two blue targets that Outrun was pointing at before. That has to be it. That is outrageous.
I've just tuned out of the whole Ukraine situation because there's so much for fog of war. I just don't believe I
You're
can
just
get
like
any
God Emperor Trump.
information.
You're like God.
Look, you deal with
God
it.
Emperor Trump will deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just go
That
in there
has
and
to be it.
negotiate.
Oh my gosh. Is this gonna do it? Do I still have, because these are hit a completely different way, I still have a cube. There's the redundancy. I used an extra cube to hit those when it's right here. Oh. All right. One more shot of whiskey. I'll be right back. Okay. Did anyone say anything at all? Any peeps while I was gone?
I don't think so.
Not really.
Just absolute, complete dead air. All right.
Yeah.
Be the life of the party completely. Okay.
Well, I don't know what Matthew's doing. He's just sitting there watching.
All right. I'm the backup life of the party when Matthew's not around.
Yeah. But yeah, Spain is it's got all these different countries or whatever, and they used to be separate countries, but now they're not. I mean, Italy's the same. I'm not quite sure about France. I don't know. No one remembers people talk about, you know, how bad it is just kicking out large amounts of people from a country. Thinking, well, the Allies did it after World War II. So you had Danzig, which was a majority ethnically German city-state, and they kicked all the Germans out, brought Poles across, and then it became Gdansk. So it's a bit like, well, it's not like it's only the bad guys supposedly who've done it in the past.
Well, that's, yeah, the bad guys. It's just terrible linguistic framing.
Yeah.
Everyone sucks. Get over it.
You don't suck, Shady.
I'm not involved in politics.
That's the point, I guess.
All there is people doing stuff. It sounds really dumb, but the more you kind of study what goes on, the more that's all everything boils down to. Ah. See that? Okay. See, I just solved that in like a minute.
8.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, decentralization seems like the way forward. Globalization, even if you can somehow justify the benefits of a global government, a single point of failure. You have corruption at the top, the whole world's going to come down. And we kind of already have seen that, so hopefully it will go the other way.
Okay, this is bizarre. Yeah, I always thought it was funny. It seemed to me... Oh, look at this. You slide these. Okay. What was I gonna say? I've said this before, but I'll say it again. It's always been my impression, and it's always kind of amused me, Moss, that, you know, you are such a civic nationalist. I think that's the proper term.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Journeyman Project seems, you know, post-globalist, like assuming it's all cooperative and successful.
Well, yeah, I think the thing with the German project is that they had a massive nuclear war or whatever, and so it's sort of a case of like, well, we don't really have anything resembling countries anymore. We just got pockets of people. So let's just work together because that's the only way it's really going to be practical.
There it is.
So,
That's exactly what they did after World War II. That's why that is how globalism emerged. Now, it wasn't as extreme in terms of, you know, the totality of destruction, but yes, it's that exact principle. That is why, yeah, all those super national, whatever the word is, those international structures were built. It was all post World War II because they, you know, it's the whole, that phrase, never again, right?
I see what you're saying. I think the German project was a little bit different. I mean, we don't get the whole history. I'm not saying the way things worked out in the German project were good. It seems like a very bland future. Like, you go to Australia in 2310 and it's full of Americans. That's not a very optimistic future. But yeah, it is science fiction as well, so I don't really care.
My broader historical thesis has always been that human history goes in cycles. Sorry, progressives, it's not a line. It's things.
Line go up forever.
No. No, it goes in circles. There's just these cycles where these calamities happen, and then the people that survive that crisis, when they settle down, when things settle, they're able to restore order precisely because they have that memory of the crisis. But then as that memory fades, things devolve, right? So, it's not about a principled position about globalism works or doesn't work. Back when these things were constructed, the people running the globalist order, right? The whole idea of NATO being this alliance of nations that all kind of have each other's back. At the beginning of that, I wasn't, I'm too young to have witnessed it, but it probably worked really well because those people running it had that historical memory. Whereas now it's being run by a bunch of exploitative shitheads because they don't have that memory. They've inherited this global project, so they just use it for their own power.
Well, they might have that memory
rotten.
and not care, Shady.
Say what?
They probably, some of the older ones probably do have that memory and they just don't care.
Well, how old were they in order to have the memory? Were they teenagers? And now they're 80 or whatever?
Yeah.
This is why fourth turning theory is so interesting. It's four because a human lifespan lasts right now approximately 4 generations. And what's interesting is that as lifespan has gone up, people are also having kids older, so it's still the same. And so there's like the 4 turnings are which generation were you during the crisis, right? Were you a child? Were you a young person? Were you middle-aged or were you old? And your whole outlook on life is kind of shaped by which one of those 4 you are. Because if the crisis happens when you're really young, then you step through all 4 of them. But yeah, if it happens when you're really young, then you remember it, but you're also too young to understand it. And so when the next crisis comes around, you're too old to do anything about it. It's like you kind of experience the bookends, like you're, and one of them, you're like too young to have an influence, and then the other, you're too old to have an influence. Neither one really affects you, but you also get two of them. Like your whole life is just like transitioning from one crisis to the next. Whereas on the like opposite end of that, you get one crisis in the middle of your, which I think is what we're doing. I think that's my generation, that this is, we're in that, I mean, we say crisis, it can just be an upheaval. Like, I think that we're getting, hopefully, I'm optimistic we're getting the good ending where we just have a successful political realignment.
And so a lot of us are going to remember the crisis and know that we have to avoid it.
So, like, the first half of our lives were when things, I mean, at the very beginning was, things were really good, right? We remember the 90s, right?
Yes, yes. Oh, the 90s, Shady.
So that's that, 50 years into the 80-year cycle where, yeah, things still seem really like a crisis is way back in memory, and the next one is so far forward you can't see it coming. So, like, that's when you're really in your prime. Of course you are.
So the 90s was right in the middle of the fourth turning theory.
Right, it would be about 50 years into the 80-year cycle, right? Between 1945 and 2025. That's the 80 years right there. 1945 was the end of World War II. 2025 is in 2 months. That's, I mean, we're right on schedule.
It's amazing how many people I know are born around 1945 who just really don't get Trump, even though he should be their guy. So that kind of makes sense.
I don't know about their guy because they're dying off. I mean, I
Well,
guess he's
yeah,
about their
but in
age,
terms
but...
of, worldview.
No, it makes sense that
Can you
they
actually go over
wouldn't.
the
Because
barrier?
he's... So...
Oh, okay.
So Trump is... Remember I said civic nationalist? He's like the 1.0 version of it. It's probably going to evolve.
Yeah.
I think we're already seeing it. I think that there's some younger people coming up that actually get it a lot better than he does. He just kind of goes off of intuition. Like, he's really just spearheading the movement because he's just so...
Yeah, he doesn't
defiant.
understand the philosophy behind
He's
it.
not a
He just thinks
he's
that
not a
this is common
philosopher,
sense.
right?
As you said.
He sees it as common
you think
sense, and the other
Vance's-
side is nonsense.
Do you think Vance could be 2.0?
Possibly. He definitely understands theory better than Trump, but I guess that's not really saying much because Trump doesn't deal in abstractions at all.
He's a smart guy, but he's not an intellectual. But at the same time, they're not necessarily the same thing.
He's, yeah. Well, Trump is... And you get all the Trump haters just roll their eyes. They're just like, well, he's just obviously dumb at everything. It's like, no, you're not a billionaire president from being stupid. Sorry, you're just crying. No, it's a particular kind of intuitive, executive personality, which is the exact opposite of me. Everything's so theoretical for me that I don't get anything done. Trump is the exact opposite of that. He gets things done because he doesn't overthink things like I do. It's annoying. I should get things done. I intellectualize and sit here, have my internal monologue where I'm like, I should be the one getting things done, of course. And then I don't do anything.
I think this might surprise you, Shady, or maybe not. I think I'm probably more like Trump in this respect, in that I do sort of like try and understand, well, like the theories that tie everything together, but generally I am pretty ruled by intuition. So I'll just do things because it feels like it's a good idea, and then, you know, there's obviously like theory and information behind that, but I'm just thinking, you know, based on this situation and what I've seen, this would probably be a good solution or what have you. Like, you know, at my university, people talk about like teaching theory and what have you. But I just get into the classroom and I just intuit my way through everything. It's like, okay, I'm going to interact with you and I'm going to teach you the way that I feel will probably work best for
She's
you,
busy.
rather
She
than
doesn't want me. Okay.
that type of thing. So yeah, I've got a lot of stuff done just because I felt it was a good idea, which is dangerous in itself because you might, you know, sometimes people feel like they're doing the right thing, but they're not. But in my case, it seems to have worked out okay. So there's benefits to, you know, being, you know, intellectual, thinking in the abstract and the theories, and there's benefits to sort of being driven by intuition. But there are definitely downsides to the other, you know, like
Yeah.
you know, people
Yeah,
driven
everything's
by
a trade-off.
intuition may do the wrong thing, when they're convinced that it's the right thing. People like you, intellectuals, never get stuff done because you're thinking too much about the theory rather than the application. This is by your own words. I'm not saying that's true. Yeah, but that's the view. That's the argument you're putting forth. So this game looks too complicated for me. Yeah. I'm still not entirely convinced I am an intellectual just because I don't seem to intellectualize a lot of things which other people do. So
I'm observing my cat. I'm really trying to figure out. I mean, she seems to really like the smell of the whiskey. I'm trying to see. Okay, she's walking away from it now. Obviously, I really need to make sure she doesn't try to lick it. But if I figure out that, you know, ultimately they're not going to do that, I don't mind them sniffing it. And then I don't have to supervise them as much. But I got to learn right now what they tend to do.
yeah, you don't want them getting pissed, Shady. That would be horrible.
Yeah, speaking of YouTube, they let apparently just out of nowhere, Sargon got remonetized without even appealing. Did you see that?
When did this happen? Was this week or
last
before?
week? It was before the election.
Yeah.
It was last week or 2 weeks before.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, well, there's not the election this time. That they're not going to complain about anyone criticizing it because the right are not going to criticize this election, and the left. I don't know if
They're always
pointing at
allowed,
anything
yeah.
yet, as far as
They're
I'm
always
aware.
allowed to do whatever they want.
Yeah. I don't know. It does seem like
But
the
I don't think that's
Democrats
the
have given
issue.
up, and that's making things too quiet.
In like an ominous way.
Well, yeah, just, you know, both Kamala and Biden committing to a peaceful transfer of power, and that's it. I'm just thinking, you guys have just fought too hard to retain your power at this point, and you have so much to lose. Why would you give up at this point? I realize, like, anything they do will be too obvious at this point, but I'm thinking they're not going to care if it means keeping their power. Not Kamala and Biden, but the people they represent. that's what concerns me.
I do not know how to start in this puzzle.
Teenager of the year. No, you've chatted before. I don't know why you're coming up as a first time chat thing.
Teenager of the Year is a very interesting name. It's something like, we're just going to assume you're a perpetual teenager. You could be 45 years old, right? And but yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Man, I need to... Oh, okay. Man, I needed to get back and do something. I've been saying that. I've been saying the last few months, like, my brain is just muddled, and I can't use this living room as my studio anymore. It sounds dumb, but I'm just not going to be working on projects till I move. I just can't focus in the proper creative way. I need a proper office where I can just shut the door. I may even get like another computer and just like not even have internet on my computer or something. I'm not sure exactly, but I want to figure out the right environment so I can be really productive and creative. And I don't know if it'd be like a standard sort of Let's Play thing, but I do want to do more. Obviously, I need to finish my commentary series I already started.
Well, you technically do have Let's Plays of Urumus 5 already.
I
got a
have
couple.
streams. I have live streams of me playing them.
Well, those are Let's Plays.
Yeah, that's, I guess, how people use them.
They're just not scripted.
Yeah. Kicking around. Why? I wish we could have this discussion. Why is this so bad? Alright. Yeah, so on my YouTube channel, don't press that key. On my YouTube channel, there's a link to my second YouTube channel that has the archive. I haven't been uploading these streams recently, but yeah. It has everything up to, you know, a few months into 2024 at least. And they're organized by game, so it shouldn't be too hard to find the right playlist. But yeah, they're just live streams like this.
Yeah, you should check out the 2020 ones, because that's Shady's blind playthroughs. I think the other ones are just hanging out and taking the piss with White Escher and things like that.
Man, I think I maintain I could be alone in this, but I thought I mean, I don't rewatch my own streams, but the Mist 5 White Escher streams were some of my favorite streams of all time, at least that I brought. That from my broadcaster perspective, I had as much fun with those as anything that I've ever streamed. Those were amazing. Those were so much fun.
I'm sorry I missed one of them because I had the flu and I just couldn't talk.
Man, you need to figure out what your problem is. You need to end your personal chronic disease epidemic.
Well, I've only had the flu twice in 2 years, and before that I didn't have it for years before. I don't normally get sick. I just got sick twice. I wouldn't call it chronic. I haven't caught COVID in... Well, I got COVID at the end of 2022, and I was sick for a day.
I am not sure if I've ever had COVID or not. I think I have. I think I got it at the very beginning, but maybe
and I
I've
got
never had
COVID
it.
at the beginning as well.
It's one of those things where once I stop being sick, I don't remember being sick. Like I just block it out of my memory. So I shouldn't do that. Yeah, you're right. I never got a COVID test. What does it matter? Like, I'm just...
Oh, Seamus is here. Okay.
I just naturally self-isolate all the time playing video games. Leave me alone. This is... No, but if I tested positive for COVID, they'd probably put me in a nursing home. Isn't that what they did? Doesn't that sound really backwards?
Yes, they did that in New York. They put COVID patients in nursing homes, and then all the people in the nursing homes got killed. I do know someone who got into a spat with Ben Stiller because they said like, oh, yeah, Cuomo killed my parents because he put COVID patients in a nursing home. Both my parents got killed, and I think Ben Stiller came back with this snarky response. And then he looked into it, and then he came back and said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was actually real. I've deleted my tweet," which is good, but
they don't always do
the
that.
The grandparents got killed, yeah. But he did apologize, so, and then he supported Kamala.
just have to throw it in there.
Yeah. Well, that's more than Joe Biden did.
That's true. Joe Biden did not support Kamala. Oh, them and their Game of Thrones or whatever they're playing up there.
It'll be funny if once Joe Biden's not president next year, whether he'll actually say who he voted for. And then he says, "Oh yeah, I actually did vote for Trump in Delaware." Is Delaware really tiny?
Yeah, it's like 3 electoral votes or something. I don't know.
Is it? Is that more than Rhode Island?
I don't know. Everybody knows that all of New England goes blue, so it's just just think of it as one giant. Just think of it as one giant state with like 20 electoral votes.
Is Connecticut New England?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it like everything that's sort of past New York is sort of New England?
Yeah, I guess there's something like a district in Maine or something. It may not have been.
Oh yeah, one district in Maine did go for Trump.
You mean not turning it red? I mean, New Hampshire's been blue and it's...
It's really close though. It could flip the next election. Yeah. It got close outrun. It probably will next election. I'll tell you how close it was. It was so New Hampshire. So Kamala got 417,083 votes versus Trump's 394,869.
Can you round that to the nearest thousand? That's too many numbers.
All right, so that's 418 versus 395.
Okay.
So what's that? That's like 20,000 votes. 23,000 votes or something. That could be a very easy flip. Why did the colors flip, Shady? I'm really confused.
I don't know.
It'd be funny if the colors flip back and then we could start saying vote blue no matter who. Like, no, we don't say that anymore. Yeah. How close was Delaware? I can't imagine Delaware was that close.
Probably was not close. It's right by DC.
Oh, DC Trump got trounced. All right.
Yeah, it's like 93. Is it 93 to 7 or something in DC?
92.5% Harris and Trump 6.7%. So it's 286,000 votes for Harris and only 20,000 for Trump.
Yeah, that's right. That sounds right. Yeah. These are the people that rule over us, right?
It's a bit like how the Australian Capital Territory was the only state or territory last year to vote in favour of the Indigenous voice to Parliament. All the other states and territories voted no.
Oh, that's a good question for Bowser. Are you a tree hugger?
I mean, I've never hugged a tree before. What do you mean by tree hugger?
I don't know, but Outrun said tree hugging socialist, and you said that you identify with some kind of soft socialism. So
I think I'm definitely very left-leaning.
you need but you haven't hugged a tree. I'm pretty sure I've hugged at least 3 trees in my life.
Yeah, even I've hugged trees. You're not trying hard enough, Bowser.
I mean, I've climbed trees as a child. I've probably like I've probably like
Amateur.
hugged the trunk in that way.
No, it has to be an intentional, loving embrace of the tree.
Yeah, I've never done
Have to
that.
caress the tree. Have to caress the tree's branches.
You know what? I did that in Minecraft once for a video. I gave it a massage. And the joke was that like by doing that you like break the log, and I was like, oh no.
Matthew, what do you think of tree massaging? Is that something you agree with? Start with this, like the girl on the Witcher stuff. We want more tree related stuff. I know you love trees,
I'm a
Shady.
Republican.
I mean,
That means I am anti-environment. I love pollution. I like the intentional destruction. That's how I own the libs.
we know how much you love trees because you're.
That's
you were the
true.
first person to
I'm
stand
a
up
fake.
for the
I'm a
trees
fraud.
on Mist
I'm a
Island.
Republican. Yeah.
You stood up for the trees on Mist Island.
I secretly love the trees. Yeah, I'm a fraud Republican.
That is true, Outrun. God, I hope we can turn this green thing around. There's talks about bringing nuclear power to Australia, and a lot of people are very upset, but just because they're not very well informed. So, all right, you're going to shower. All right, that's fine, Outrun.
Man.
How do you feel about nuclear power, Bowser?
Well, I don't consider myself super informed, but like, I've been told it's a very clean form of energy. But
Yeah.
I've also been told it produces a lot of waste, so you know, a little confused.
Well, I don't think it produces as much waste as it did anymore. But
I think you just put some gloves on and you just like pack the waste into a ball and it's fine.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure Tom could fill us in on all the details. Mr. Nuclear Craft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did they both just fall off the climber at the same time?
I'm generally in favor of renewable energy, like good for the environment kind of stuff.
So nuclear power?
Yeah, if that's positive for the environment or less negative as other options, then yeah, I would be in favor of it.
I don't understand why the green people are so against nuclear energy. I mean,
See,
it would solve all their problems.
See, nobody else looks into... Here we go again. Bitcoin. But it actually is... It's very underrated in the whole energy subject because the real issue with energy is not the consumption, but the waste. So it's the energy that's wasted that is so destructive. And so what people don't understand is that, you know, Bitcoin mining, it consumes energy, but they seek the cheapest energy. It's very flexible in the amount it needs as well. And so what Bitcoin miners have figured out is they can hook up to get to different, you know, power sources, different energy sources, and what they'll do is whatever sort of power is left over from needed consumption, they can just absorb it, whatever the difference is, which is going to be it's going to vary. They're flexible with it, and so month to month they can just absorb that. So you don't just, you know, burn off wasted energy in the atmosphere or whatever. I mean, there's always something there's always waste everywhere, but because they don't need a constant amount and they seek the cheapest amount, they're very efficient with it. They can always just absorb whatever's left over, and it ends up preventing a lot of excess emissions. And nobody ever talks about this because it's almost because it's too good of a solution. I mean, it's like not a direct solution in the generation, but what it does, it just allows for, more energy generation without it being automatically assumed the amount of waste that we're worried about. It's a very interesting piece to the puzzle that should get more attention.
All right.
That is actually pretty interesting.
You like Bitcoin, Bowser?
I mean, I don't own any cryptocurrency.
That wasn't the question.
Do I like it?
It's just one of those many things that you know exists out there and whatever.
It's more like I'm kind of. It's just another one of the currencies, and I just like. I have this thing in my head, in the back of my mind, which just it's just like money bad. I don't like money.
Yeah, well,
It causes so many problems.
so that's the
A lack
that's-
of money causes many more problems.
Yeah, so oh man, that is my wheelhouse, the philosophy of money. No, the problem isn't money, the problem is corrupt money, and the vast majority of money
Yeah.
that people use is corrupt money because it is debt. It is based off of debt and control. It is I can rant about the philosophy of money all day. Yeah. There's sound money and then there's fiat money, and they are based on opposite philosophies. So yeah, we have corrupt money. And money, if you work out the philosophy, it's absolutely necessary for society, because what it is, it's the other half of a transaction. So it allows for an economy, which is simply the management of resources, to coordinate efficiently. So you need that. But debt-based government currencies are corrupt because they are not tied to anything real or natural. And so it gets abused. So like in the case of government currencies, they are printed. What that means is that the people who... Why am I getting into this? You didn't ask for the whole thing, but... The people close to the printer are the ones who are able to exploit the whole system, because the inflation hits after. Right? So if you print more money... If more of it exists, that's going to mean that it's going to cost more of it for goods and services. But there's a time delay, right? If you print yourself a bunch of money first before it disperses in the economy, that's when it still has the higher value for that currency. Once you spend it and it disperses, then the prices adjust, but you've already spent it. So the money printer is the issue. So
Yeah.
So if we just never print any new money?
well, Bitcoin does have a hard capped finite supply, and there's also gold, which is itself a natural resource. So like you have to first
But
you have to break
the
it.
gold standard, so
Right. So you have to break it down another level and just say what is the whole point of money, or what is money, and what could qualify as money to have specific properties to function. Because without money, everything becomes a barter economy, which means that...
Yeah, and that's even worse.
Well, that's the thing. Any trade, whether there's money or not, the point of it is that for me to trade with you, it has to be good for both of us, right? It has to be that you have something that I want and I have something you want. In a barter economy, it has to be a very specific thing, right? If you trade to me some of your chickens and I trade to you some of my lumber, I have to want those chickens at the same moment you want the lumber, and that's hard to coordinate. in both the time and the amount, right? So that's why you need a money, which is just a very flexible balancing act where, hey, I need some of your chicken. I need some of your chickens. Here's some money, right? I'm a lumberjack. I have lumber, but you don't need it right now. Okay, so we just need like a money. We need some sort of abstract thing that I can offer you in that moment to balance out that transaction. So money in its purest form is a good and necessary thing. But humanity has always been challenged with how to handle this problem of what makes a money, because you need it to do a lot of things. You need it to be divisible. You want it to be able to handle all these different continuous amounts to balance with all the other different. And now we got an ad. But anyway, which is going to make me some money. But so it needs to be continuous, right? It's going to give me that tiny, that few cents of value, right? So it needs to be divisible to hit any sort of continuous value to match whatever's on the other end of the transaction. It needs to be fungible, right? Fungible means that every unit is the same, right? As opposed to chickens, right? There's different qualities in the chickens. One might be healthier, and one might be older. A chicken is not a chicken in an economic sense, but a dollar is a dollar, right? So it needs to be fungible. And you can go down the list. There are a bunch of properties that you need for a money to have for an economy to work. And so there's the divisibility, there's the fungibility, there's the durability, there's the recognizability, the inability to counterfeit it. There are a whole bunch of properties, and there are very, very, very few things that humanity has ever discovered that has fit all of the properties sufficiently to make this work. But if it could hit all of those things, another one is portable, right? Like land can retain some sort of value in that people want it, but you cannot carry land in your pocket. Right, so there's so many different properties that you want a money to have. You just want this thing to be continuous. And the closest thing that has ever been reasonably good in all of these categories is gold. But it's not perfect in these things. It's just better than anything else we've ever found, right? Like it is divisible, but you have to melt it in order to put it in any amount, right? It is portable, but it's heavy, right? Nobody wants to carry gold coins, and you can't use it when you shop on Amazon, right? So there's all these properties to make this money work so that your economy can work, so you can coordinate values so
How
that...
does Bezos get the gold coins is the question.
Right. Yeah, that's another thing. So we've been at this point where we just all ultimately, there's a history of the slippery slope on it, but ultimately the government steps in and just takes it over and says, here's our government currency, use this. And so you have dollars and cents and so on, but they are ultimately printed by the government, and so they don't have that same fundamental connected to the earth itself value that gold had, which is just this is a metal that people value for its intrinsic properties. Instead, it's basically a Chuck E. Cheese fun ticket. Trust me, bro. It works. It works well enough in these other properties that you should use it. And so that's been the monetary history. Is that it's this problem between those things. So Bitcoin solves the problem on an even more abstract level. And so it's more, so you go down the list, it's more divisible than gold because you don't have to melt it. It's more portable because it's over the internet. It basically beats gold in every category. However, there's something about it that sounds kind of fake. And Outrun's right here in the chat. He's a gold guy. He doesn't believe in it. It's very abstract, but when you understand how it works, what actually does connect it to the real world, even unlike other cryptocurrencies, I don't believe in Ethereum or Solana or any other crypto shit. I'm Bitcoin only because of what I just told you. It's tied to energy. And energy is real. And the way it's a transaction verification system where you have to you have to expend a bunch of energy to verify the transaction ledger, which means it cannot be counterfeited, You cannot just have a political person to just step in and declare themselves to print a bunch of money, which is what happened in 2008, right? You had the bailouts, after the big financial crisis of 2008, you had the bailouts where basically the Federal Reserve printed up a bunch of money as debt to pay off, to quantitative ease. Whoever was insolvent basically had that first access to the money printer. That's that corrupt shit that we don't like. That's impossible with Bitcoin because in order to generate it, in order to control the transaction ledger, at every moment you have to expend energy. And so many people are doing this throughout the world. That's what makes it decentralized. So it's tied to real things. It's tied to energy, but it still gives us all those other properties that you need for a money to work, which is just to balance out the transactional side of goods and services in the economy. It solves the whole thing. And I'm just kind of waiting for other people to catch up to it. Okay. Again, that's my wheelhouse. No,
that's valid.
That's my
I'm
thing.
curious.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
curious,
go on,
though.
Bowser.
Yeah.
I have a question as well, Shady, but Bowser can go.
Yeah, so you said you don't believe in like other cryptocurrencies other than Bitcoin, like
Yeah, I'm a
Litecoin
Bitcoin
and
only guy.
stuff?
Yeah. Which makes me even more annoying.
What about Bitcoin is better than the others?
So, like I said, it's that energy. So, it's the
So what's
network.
worse about Ethereum
Yeah.
specifically, as an example?
Okay. So, Ethereum verifies its transactional ledger through what's called proof of stake, which is a whole different way. So, I just went into the monetary theory. There's the technical side of it. Yes. So, there are two different ways to verify the transaction ledger. There's proof of work, which is the one that's tied to energy, and there's proof of stake, which is tied to the quantity. So, proof of stake basically means whoever owns more coins gets to determine what the transaction ledger is, which is basically just fiat all over again. I mean, if I understand you, Bowser, that is exactly against your ideology. Whoever has the stuff makes the rules. That's what proof of stake is. It's just a computer program where
I guess.
if they have the
do kind
coins,
of,
then they determine whether, and this happened. This has actually happened several times. This happened, there's like something, I wasn't part of this shit show, but like the DAO hack in 2018, 2017, something like that. Basically what happened was there were a whole bunch of transactions that were put on the ledger that the founders were like, wait, we don't like that. And they rolled it back. So it wasn't decentralized because the devs could just step in and override the chain. Ethereum is not decentralized. It's not based on real life scarce resources. It's just based on basically its own oligarchy. The Ethereum developers, when they decide something happens on the network they don't like, they can step in, they can backdoor it and set it to the way they want it.
And that means anyone can backdoor it, in theory.
Well, they fixed the bug, but they also rolled back the transactions because some of those transactions were ones that they were involved in. I think there was like an exchange that they had and it sent coins somewhere they didn't want it to go or something like that. I don't know. I wasn't part of this. But I think they had some of the coins that they rolled back. Like, no, I actually have that coin, not you. Bitcoin doesn't have this ability. It is, transactions are final on it. Nobody controls it, and that's very important. So that's Ethereum. So you're asking like what makes Bitcoin better than even others. So I think that's what makes it better categorically on the proof of stake. But then there's also other competing proof of work coins like Litecoin. And for a while, I thought Litecoin was going to be a good competitor. Maybe it would like increase the decentralization. I don't believe that anymore. Why is that? Because the network is the foundation of the security. So when I say Bitcoin's better than, let's just say Litecoin, there's been other development that's improved upon it anyway on top of it. But aside from that, even if all of the things were equal, in terms of like the issuance schedule in terms of the code. Bitcoin and Litecoin could be equally good on the face of it, but the mining network itself is more robust. That is, there are more miners with more computing power by far scattered all over the world, such that no other network can compete with that hashing power, which is that energy output, that verification, the strength of the network itself. And so while I'm not morally opposed to competing proof of work networks the same way that I'm morally opposed to a proof of stake network, it is not only redundant, but it is secure in a way no other network can be, because Bitcoin is it's an apex predator thing. And this has actually happened. I mean, we can't control what individual miners do. Like, there's the Bitcoin Cash network that forked off in 2017, a smaller one that's, I mean, it's still proof of work and it still exists. Its value is basically collapsed, but it still exists. It's like, you know, probably like what, $400, $500 a coin or something instead of 79,000, even though it's basically the same protocol. But some of the miners have just gone over and fucked with the other network. They've done it before. Like, you can take your hashing power and just mine Bitcoin Cash for a while, and you can take back some transactions and things like that. Like, there's no official Bitcoin anything. Anyone can join and leave the network as they please, so it's not like a branding thing, like, oh, Bitcoin miners are evil or something. It's just like somebody did that. Somebody did that with their hashing power because they could. Some Bitcoin miners have fucked with the Bitcoin Cash network in a way no one can fuck with the Bitcoin network. That's not like a flex because we're not a company. It's just some of them did that, and we observe it, and, you know, it happened. And we just know that this can't happen to us. And it's in such a way that well, quite frankly, the others aren't necessary either. I mean, if you know, you can if you want. I just don't see the point.
I think I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got 3 questions, Shady.
Oh boy. Well,
About
I guess I've made it. I guess I've made it interesting. All right.
So, with coins and regular money, supposedly you have a stake in gold, so physical gold that exists. So when you own a Bitcoin, does that mean you physically have you have ownership over a certain piece of energy?
No.
So that's
all
right.
So the energy verifies the transaction network. So that's
Okay.
So there's 2 sides to the technical problem to be solved. So the idea of creating a purely digital currency was a computer science problem that people worked on in the 90s. There's 2 sides to the problem. There's the easy problem and the hard problem. And the easy problem was solved in the 90s. And that is the self-ownership side. The hard problem was how to verify the transaction network. There's a certain way to put it. I'm gonna have to remember the best way to put it instead of just ranting into the technical stuff. So, because this is not a presentation, it's just me off the cuff. But if I were to do like a presentation, how would I word it? You need one side protects I guess you can think of it this way. One side protects the spender, the other protects the receiver. So in the traditional system, just like the traditional banking system, the person that held custody of your dollars would also manage the transaction history of those dollars. And we've always thought of these as kind of the same thing because that's how the traditional system works. But on a technical level, we've actually split these up. So you have to these two problems of protecting the spender versus protecting the receiver. Protecting the spender means that if I'm going to spend, I want to make sure I'm the only one that can spend it, that someone else can't move my funds. That's the custody side, right? So this was the easy problem that was solved in the 90s with what's called public key cryptography, even though it's more intuitive
I've taught that.
to think about private key cryptography. So you have, there's a private key, which is basically like a solution to a number theory problem.
Yeah.
And
you use the public key to encrypt something in a way that can only be decrypted by the private key.
Correct. So when someone owns a Bitcoin, what that means is that they have the private key. I own Bitcoin, and what that actually means, I literally own private keys.
That makes sense.
I have private keys that I can sign transactions for. You use your keys to sign a message, right? The messages on the network are transactions. So you can sign a message that says, you know, I'm sending this amount of Bitcoin to Moss. Right? I could use my private. I could sign a message that sends some Satoshis to this other address that you claim to own. You say, here's my address that I own. But here's the thing, you don't have to actually prove that you have the key. Because I don't care if you have the key or not. If you show me an address and say, I will accept your transaction if you send some Satoshis here, you don't need to prove you own the key, but I do need to prove I own the key when I send it to you. Okay. That's pretty basic. So that's the easy problem, is the public-private key cryptography. People knew that side of it. And that's what it means to own Bitcoin. I just have a private key. The hard problem was to figure out, what if I sign one transaction, sending, let's just keep it simple. Let's keep the unit simple. I have one Bitcoin in my address, and I could sign a transaction saying, I send this Bitcoin to Moss. But then what if I also, because I have the private key, I can do this, I also sign a different one saying I sign a different message saying I send one Bitcoin, this Bitcoin, to Bowser. Right? I could sign both transactions.
Right.
And broadcast both to the network. And it's in my interest to do so. It's called the double spend problem, right? It's like the vending machine trick, where if I tie like a string to a quarter and I put it in, I don't know if this actually works, but the idea is you tie a string to a quarter, you put it in the vending machine, it thinks you took it, and you pull the quarter out and you can put the quarter in again, right? If I have one Bitcoin on my address, I could try to sign two transactions, each for the same Bitcoin, and broadcast both of them. I have the private key, I can do this, and I send both out there, and you can each think I send the Bitcoin. It's in my interest to do this, because if you each think you have the Bitcoin, I could buy a pickup truck from both of you. I get two pickup trucks. That's a double spend. That's not fair. This is the computer science problem that stumped computer scientists for 15 years. And I know I'm boring the ideas. My viewer count has gone from 9 down to 5 just from my Bitcoin rant.
Sorry.
But we've crossed 10 hours.
And we've crossed 10 hours. They much liked our politics talk and me solving logic puzzles than talking about Bitcoin. But
Not RFK Jr. fans thing.
We're in too deep.
Yeah, let's keep going.
You said you
Yeah,
had 3
I'm invested.
questions.
I've never had this conversation before.
You said you had 3 questions. I think I'm still only addressing the first one, right? So that was the computer science problem. And it actually has to do with hash functions. It actually uses the, I mean, I don't know how much you know cryptography, but the SHA-256 algorithm. So it's a hash.
Yep.
You get into what a hash function is. So what they do is they take the transactions, and you know how sensitive hash functions are. I guess you're ahead of the game. I mean, if I'm explaining it to someone else who does, I don't know. I mean, Bowser, do you know what a hash function is?
Kind of.
Kind of. Okay, it's basically like a unique. It's like a serial number for a string of data you can think of. It assigns what looks like a random number to any data. Like you can take, you know, the movie The Matrix, you can run a hash function on it and it's going to output some number, and it's going to be the set of numbers it draws from is so large that it's probably never going to assign that number to any other object. So you can kind of attach any set of data of any size to a 256-bit number, and it's going to be unique. It looks random, it looks unique, it's technically neither, but functionally you can think of it as both. Okay. So what the Bitcoin solution was to, if you take a transaction, a set of transactions, and put them all together in a block, you always hear about the blockchain, you put them all together. A block consists of 3 things. It's actually the hash of the previous block. Then the second thing is the list of transactions to go into this block, which is just the transaction history, the new things that happened on our transaction history. And then the third thing is some number, a random number that's guessed. You're gonna love this term for it, Moss. It's called a nonce. I don't know why that's the word they used.
That's right. We have discussed this before, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So the miners, Bitcoin miners, are looking for nonces. That's what they're doing. What they're doing
such an unfortunate use of terms.
I don't know, but what they're doing is they're guessing, and in the protocol, again, it's very technical and kind of weird and maybe even boring because of my viewer count. But the idea is
like this.
Not with terms like this.
Shady.
Oh, we're back to 5.
We got Matthew's attention. Never mind.
All
Sorry.
right.
Go
Yeah.
on.
So what miners are doing is they're guessing a nonce, a value, some random value, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Billions, trillions, quadrillions of times. I don't even know what the number is. It's so crazy high. It has some weird technical exahash term. I don't even know how big that is. But the idea is they're taking that set of data, which consists of those 3 things: the hash of the previous block, the new transactions they want to add to the ledger, and some other value. Why? That other thing is flexible such that the whole thing hashes to some value that is really, really small. And the only point of it being small, 256 bits, I forget how many digits that is, like 78 digits or something. So it's like they're trying to find a 78-digit number that's actually way less than a 78-digit number. It has a bunch of leading zeros. So if you pick a random number, a random 78-digit number, it's very, very, very unlikely you're going to get, say, a 50-digit number, right? But that's effectively what they're doing. Why are they doing this? Because by finding that, they have proven they have expended the energy. It's a very weird, elegant solution. By hashing the transaction ledger over and over to get a tiny hash output, they are proving that they put in that work to find such a tiny hash value. And the reason why you include the transaction ledger is that it makes it immutable. That block, when I was talking about my double spend problem, it's either going to include my transaction to Moss, or it's going to include my transaction to Bowser, but not both. And even if I sign both transactions, none of us can change it. Why? Because it breaks the hash. So if that block includes my transaction to Bowser, Moss is not getting that coin. And I can't decide it went to both of you. You can't decide it went to you, Moss.
Because that energy is being expended.
The energy was expended to mine, to find that nonce, to find that tiny house output. So if you want to take the coin instead, you have to roll back the chain to that block, include your transaction instead of Bowser's, and mine it all over again. You have to go back and redo the work. And while you're doing that, the rest of the miners are moving ahead without you. The other miners already have those blocks. They already have those block rewards. They want the longer chain because it has more coins. Does this make sense? It's very abstract. It's weird, but it's been proven to work.
Yes, I do kind of understand it.
It's a thing where you assume everyone might try to cheat, but they can't. If you want to erase Bowser's transaction and put yours in instead, you have to roll back the chain and do the work all over again. That's why we talk about all this energy, this hashing power all over the world, constantly working new block every 10 minutes. They're so far ahead of you, you'll never do that. I mean, you can, but no one will accept it. You would have to mine so efficiently so as to surpass where they are. Like if they found 10 new blocks on top of the one with the transaction, you have to roll back all 10 blocks or 11 blocks and do all the work again. You have to catch up to them. So the transaction history is immutable. You can't do what the Ethereum people did and just said, no, we're going to roll back the chain. You can't do it.
Okay. All right. Question number 2.
All right.
So a Bitcoin is worth, at the moment, is it $79,000 US?
Yes.
How do you break that down for transactions which are worth less than $79,000?
So a Bitcoin is not the smallest unit. The smallest unit is a Satoshi, which is actually what the code is based on. One Bitcoin is divided into 100 million Satoshis.
Okay.
So, in fact, if you download a Bitcoin wallet to your phone, it'll probably be denominated in sats. And so the going rate, if you divide 100 million divided by 79,000, whatever that number is, you get the sats per dollar exchange rate, which is going to be, what? 1,250 sats per dollar. So if you get $1 worth of Bitcoin, you get 1,250 sats.
Okay.
You can do it. Yeah, the units break down much more granularly than the price of a Bitcoin. Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Also, how do you deal with fraud in the cases of Bitcoin? Let's say, I sell you something. You give me the Bitcoin for it, and then it turns out what I sold you was a scam, a fraud, or whatever. And in normal circumstances, a bank would just intervene and say, okay, fraud's clearly taken place. We're going to reverse this transaction. How does that get solved in Bitcoin?
It does not. All transactions are final.
Okay.
So you have to go in taking it that seriously. Do not send Bitcoin
Okay.
that you want to have the chance of seeing again. So Bitcoin is a final settlement layer. And that's why, when people are talking about like, paying it for everyday coffee and stuff like that, and there's another technical reason why, to keep the decentralization up, you don't want to have all transactions on this layer. That's why people want what's called second layer solutions with what's called the Lightning Network and so on. It's precisely that. You really want your Bitcoin to be the store of value, the savings account. You don't want it to be the everyday transactional, at least not on layer 1. They are working on what's called the Lightning Network, which works well enough. When I went to the El Salvador halving party, there were some guys who literally at customs at the airport, because El Salvador is a Bitcoin country, they paid their entrance, whatever their customs fee, over the Lightning Network, which is faster and cheaper to do, apparently. I've never done it. I don't have experience with the Lightning Network personally. I've just kind of used Bitcoin as a store of value investment. But apparently it works well enough where you can get through El Salvador customs. And so on that level is, in the long term, intended to develop into a more everyday transactional network. But even then, in terms of like managing fraud, is your original question, I couldn't answer that. I should ask Dave though. Maybe he has some ideas.
Okay.
But
So
yeah,
would there be, with something like layer 2, would there be an agreement, okay, there's going to be less decentralization over this, but there's going to be more security? And
yes, I think ultimately that's the way it has to be. It has to be that human decision. So it probably would be a thing where instead of at a bank where you have both your savings and your checking at the institution, you'll probably have your self-custody as your savings. But then your checking would be like your Lightning Network could be institutionally managed. That's the way I envision it myself.
Okay. Because if we're trying, because the whole purpose of this would be to replace the regular banking system, given it is so corrupt and it's based on technically a lie. So you have to have solutions like that.
Right. Banking, so it is, unfortunately the foundation has rotted, but banking as a concept, just like with money, itself is not a bad thing. The idea of loaning out, right? So in order to buy a house or to start a business, you need a little bit more investment than what you have up front, right? And so taking out a loan in that moment to get kick started on it, right? Be taking out a mortgage so you can live in the home now before you are able to pay off the whole thing. That's a good thing, right? That side of it is fine. It's just it's tied into this fiat system where you have, well, like in 2008, you obviously had the subprime mortgage thing going on, but a lot of most of this money they lend out is not even lent out. It's actually printed at the moment, like on the layer 2 level, which is kind of weird. I think a more honest loan is to actually hand over something you have on you and not just print it and pretend that it's a loan. It's kind of a fake loan.
Okay, that all makes sense. Yeah, layer 1, layer 2 does make sense. But obviously, like, El Salvador now, how much is it using Bitcoin?
I know that there are, in a couple of remote places, they have some circular economies going. Like if you go into San Salvador, it's probably not like widely used. But I did hear some people there talking about how there are some smaller communities they're really trying to get going. Like they have the economics of it worked out where, like, well, actually, I didn't talk about this before, but I did mention tied back to the energy thing. This can actually give power to more people like that didn't have power. I mean, you asked about El Salvador, but the best example of that is places in like Central Africa where people don't have power because to put an entire power plant in there would generate, 90% waste. It's not worth it. They can start to do this now because you can have just a Bitcoiner step in and say, I'll just mine Bitcoin with the other 90%. And what that does is it actually allows these remote communities in the middle of Africa to suddenly have power. So that principle can be applied to other places in El Salvador. People were talking about, I don't remember if they already had it going. I think at least one already did. Or at least they're trying to set it up. I don't know. There's so much information when I was there. It was hard for me to really grasp it all and what everyone is doing. But it was just generally the vibe is just really excited.
Yeah.
It was just really exciting, just like people just actually building a new kind of future instead of just waxing philosophical and just waiting for the cartoon anvil of legacy bloated bureaucratic government to crush them.
So, I mean, this El Salvador, when you went there, was this last year or was it this year?
It was this year. It would have been early April.
It must be weird though, just thinking about how different the country was 5-10 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah. What about Argentina? Because the Bitcoin is being used a little bit there as well.
I don't know the status of Bitcoin in Argentina. Sorry, Moss, if you were in the shower and it's not Moss. Sorry, Outrun, if you were in the shower and you missed all that, I'm not doing it again. I just gave my...
Just rewind. Or you can watch the VOD when Shady puts it up in 2020.
I did the full, or as full of a philosophical and technical breakdown as I will probably ever do.
Yeah, I want Bitcoin now, Shady.
There you go. It should have a good year coming up. I mean, it's...
How do you even buy Bitcoin though?
Is
If you haven't
Coinbase.
got Bitcoin.
It was either Coinbase or Mt. Gox, and I'm glad I chose Coinbase because Mt. Gox went down. Even though apparently some people got their coins back.
So Coinbase, do you pay real money to get Bitcoins? Or
Real
how does that
money?
work?
What do you use that? Stop using Matrix terminology.
You know, regular
Fiat?
mainstream money.
Fiat.
Fiat. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, fiat means by decree. I have
So
no
how
idea.
do you
what to
get
do.
Bitcoin?
Yeah,
I'm
are
still
there just
confused about how you
people
get
selling
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin to you? Is that how it works?
It was I did it a pretty
Real everyday money, physical money that you can lick and rub all over yourself, Shady.
so yeah.
Actually, not the money.
Well,
you use
no,
for
here's
shopping.
no. Outrun's a gold guy, so that doesn't count because I mean, he is literally never paid for anything with gold in his life. Whereas
You should get engaged Outrun, then you can pay for something with.
I mean,
gold.
I look 1 to 0. Like it's actually more than that, but like I could pull that tequila bottle out of there. I paid for that in Bitcoin. Checkmate, loser. Like you've never actually, in the divisible amount, paid the exact amount of gold directly. I'm not talking about gold-backed currencies. I mean physical gold, right? I paid the actual Bitcoin as witnessed across the network and it was accepted, and I bought that bottle of tequila.
Isn't
Like-
that tequila made in limited amounts?
Yes.
Okay. How many Bitcoin was it, Shady?
I mean, it was around. I think it was around 100,000 sats.
Okay. So what's that? Hang on, I'll do the math.
I think. I mean, whatever. Sometimes I get mixed up with the zeros as well, but
That's
fortunately,
not
the app's
80
make it.
bucks. Okay.
See what?
If we say like there's 1250 satoshis to $1, that's 80 bucks.
Okay. It was even a little more than that. Then yeah. But yeah.
But you haven't answered the question, Shady. How do you get Bitcoin?
Well, I mean, Coinbase is how I got it. Even though there's probably better places to get it now. I mean, there's. People are talking about the Bitcoin
this
well, but I've never used it.
Is it Coinbase.com?
Yeah, that's. I don't know. I mean, it's very above board, so it's kind of the normie way to do it. There are better ways, but.
So do you put gold back money in and then that turns into Bitcoin, or how does that work?
No, you can just do a bank deposit and. It's just like any financial institution.
Oh, then you cash out. Okay. So you can turn it back into
Yeah,
a
it's
bank,
both
a
on
bank
and
thing
off
so you
ramp.
can
Yeah.
actually use it. All right. I'm intrigued now, Shady. How about we do it together, Outrun?
I
We
didn't.
both put the same amount in.
I didn't realize you understood cryptography. That made my explanation a little easier.
Who, me or someone else?
You, yeah.
Well, yeah, I've taught web development, so, and I've done a little bit of
Yeah.
networking stuff. I didn't do computer security because that's the remedial major, but I know enough to. I know enough to understand how how key cryptography works. Unfortunately, that means the explanation probably went over a lot of people's heads, but yeah.
I've been staring at this puzzle for probably an hour now, and I have no idea.
You're still on this one.
I don't even know how to start it.
Yeah, it looks evil.
It doesn't quite make sense to me. There's gonna be a moment where I figure out like a general pattern, and it'll. Suddenly fit together, but.
Yeah, we should just do it together, Outrun. We both put an equal amount of money in and just see where our money goes. Let's take the jump together and put gold
Good luck.
behind us. What? Where have I gone? Where have I gone?
What?
I went to a completely different stream. I don't know what happened. It just randomly took me to a different stream.
Whose stream?
I don't know who it was. Hang on, let me check the history. Someone called Scump?
What a scam.
This is good. We've been here, like, we're only 95 minutes off 12 hours now.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
I know. I need to go eat soon as well.
Yeah.
I need to go shopping.
It's too late for me to go shopping now. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. All the shops are shut. But
Yeah, well,
I don't need to get anything else.
There's exactly one.
I know it's different for you. Yeah, you're like
there's exactly one grocery
hours
store
behind.
open half an hour ago. So, you know, it's 10:30 right now.
So you like the sound of the Bitcoin, Bowser?
I don't think I'm ready to jump into it.
No,
right away.
don't. No, you don't. No, I'll never tell anyone like, oh, you should get. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Just I think people should
If we like the sound of it from what you
think
said,
about
it's
it.
all right.
I mean, it's presenting a. I mean, I hope you find my thesis intriguing.
Yeah. I will
And-
say
So it's probably
I-
easier for me with the technical knowledge, but yeah.
I do kind of lean towards the anarchist side of things, and you know that's what Bitcoin kind of reads like to me. It's very like anarchist capitalism,
Yeah,
whereas I'm anarchist communism.
yeah,
How does
but
that work?
you have to trust people. It doesn't scale. That's the problem.
Yeah.
What,
Not, like,
Bitcoin?
extreme that way.
No, communism or anarcho-communism. Well, either one.
Yeah.
Thing is, like, you kind of need someone running things if you want communism. So how's that kind of contradicts anarchy? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how to
That
explain
right.
that. Like I wouldn't
do you
want.
remember?
I wouldn't want complete
go on.
communism. I wouldn't want complete anarchism. But, you know, wouldn't want complete totalitarianism either. So I kind of
I
lean
think
towards the anarchist side.
If I had to make a choice between no government or a totalitarian government, I'd definitely go with no government. I think you'd be the same, wouldn't you, Shady?
Well, yeah.
It's like it's obvious.
Well, I don't want to pick between extremes. I'm just which side do I lean towards?
Yeah, that's. I mean, obviously, we're just.
Yeah,
You
like,
know,
which
those
one would I
would you
want
rather
some
questions are
modification of?
always just for fun. They don't really mean anything.
What do you think of Bitcoin, Matthew? He's still not here. He's just
Head
gone.
empty. He abandoned us.
That's just what Matthew does. He just sits in the voice chat for hours with his microphone's turned off and his headphones are turned off. He physically turns the microphone off on his headset, so he doesn't actually mute it on Discord, and then yeah. So we get this
just doesn't tell
situation where
us.
Matthew's just sitting there like a lame duck for the whole. For like
Yeah,
10
but he might
hours.
watch it back, or he'd be listening and thinking about it. Then we're gonna get a 5-page essay in
He's
general.
gonna come on and talk about something completely different.
No, he's gonna write a 5-page essay about it in the Discord.
He's gonna roast me for my.
Oh yeah, that's
communism.
right. He does do that. You remember that essay where he was trying to remember that time where we were having a Discord argument with Matthew because he was trying to justify why he pirated the Outer Wilds and didn't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
And he was arguing that he bought a copy of Wolfenstein 3D for Game Boy Advance once, and therefore he's not a pirate or something. I don't know what it was.
And then you really got stuck into it, Shady. It was beautiful.
I'm not a pirate. I have black friends.
I don't get that one.
He's making it seem like racism.
It's like some people would say, I'm not racist. I have black friends.
Oh, okay.
Which,
I was
which
just,
seemed like
my
the
brain got
same
stuck
argument,
on.
Yeah,
I
which seemed
was
like the same argument Moss was describing.
I was stuck on like, aren't the majority of pirates black? Like,
Are they?
I think so. I think that's
Okay.
always been the case.
I think
I
Australia's
don't-
only ever pirate.
Like-
Only ever known pirate was
I mean,
black.
it's like, you know.
I mean, Jack
Yeah.
Sparrow isn't black.
Historical figure. It's a better joke to say that you are a pirate because you have black friends. If that is true. I think it is true.
So the joke should
'Cause
be,
it's
I'm
like-
not a pirate.
I think it's-
don't have black friends.
I think it is. I think it's like slave rebellions at sea or something. I don't know. Okay.
You solved it yet, Shady?
Nowhere close. I'm just trying to think of what to do with the colors. I'm just trying to think of. When did I buy it? A couple months ago.
Does whiskey last that long, though? If it's quite expensive, it's probably because you're mixing it, aren't you?
They actually said it's tequila. They said actually it's better when
Sorry,
you age
tequila,
it.
yeah.
They actually said it's the opposite. They even said you should leave it open. You should put it in the garage. The guy wasn't kidding. He was saying, it's like, really, that sounds backwards. I don't have it in the garage. See, this is what doesn't make any sense. Like, when you move this back and forth, if you're supposed to send a green beam this way, it doesn't make a difference. It just goes right through the green. Like, the whole point of the puzzle is to figure out how shifting the panels affect the puzzle. So then it's like, okay, go across the diagonals or whatever. But then the bouncing patterns create all the wrong colors everywhere.
Do you think we should call it soon, Shady?
Yeah, I
If,
think I will.
Sounds like you're fading.
Yeah. Just look at it fresh. This is a hard puzzle.
So is it 2 weeks until the King's Quest stream?
Hopefully. I hope I don't have to postpone it. I worked on it a little bit before the stream. I don't know. I'm gonna have to really grind it out if I'm gonna be ready in time.
Are you gonna put this on? Are you gonna stream it on YouTube?
Yeah. See, I'm almost done with the second building. Apparently there are 3. But I'm just stumped. Oh well. Alright guys. I'll go to bed now. You can still hang out if you want. But I'm out.
All right. Good night.
Yep, good night. Fun stream.
I better go eat.
Okay. Have
Good
fun
night.
eating. Yep. Good night.